Hi Nachi, hallo.
Not your bee pussy.
Hello? 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 The hello? Hi. Hello. Oh my god. Oh my god. It suck. I swear whenever fuck like bro Lunar. Whenever I play Linkin Park on my intro on my stream start, you're not
Let your
here.
be pussy.
And now that I'm playing a different genre, you're here. Like, why? Why? Why, Lunar? Why? Also, stop the sniffer. No. The sniffer, no. No. No, Kirby. We just started. Kirby, why? Kirby, why? No, no, the sniffer. The sniffer. Hold on, let me scroll back to the chat toes. So first was Cosmic. Hi Cosmic. Okay. Next was the Schnibble. Hi Louis Schnibble. Next is it's Joe. Hi Joe. Bonjour. How are you? It's very cold today in the Philippines, ain't it? Right. The next would be oh, it's a new person. Hi, Vivid. Hi, welcome to the stream. Ow! What? Why? Bro, I just.
Lizard.
What? Anyway, hi, Vivid. Welcome to the stream. Yes, welcome. Where did you come from? Where did you came from? Did you came from YouTube? You came from TikTok? Ow, my eyes. Ow, stop. So, like, wait, did you come from where? From wherever in the world? I don't, Kirby, no, Kirby, stop. Kirby, no. Okay, but hi, welcome to the stream. Feel free to chill and yap wherever you want. Yeah. Everyone's welcome here. Okay. Hi, coffee. Banana. That's a lot of na. Hi, coffee. Oh my god, gambling already, RB, huh? I see. Hello. Hi, Glunner. Have a good Glarky. Have a good lark, Glunner. Yeah, I'm doing well, gang. I missed ya, bro. When I saw you on VRChat, I was like, fucker. Just kidding. I hope you're doing well too. Rest up if needed, and don't forget hydrate. Okay, so it might be because you might be cursed by the Gorlock. You know, you might need to drink a lot of water. Okay. Hi fire. Hello. Hi, Snake. Oh, it's Snake. Oh, wait, Snake. We'll play later, right? We're gonna play police simulator, right? The police brutality simulator. Yeah. Hi, Snibble. Hi, Cosmic. Okay. Bonjour, mon ami. Dang, it's so cold today. Comment. I don't know how to say that, but comment cover. Anyway, it's so cold today. Yes, indeed. 45 stream shake. Oh my god, Cosmic. Damn. What? It was Schnibble flash banging me all this time? I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Ow, dude, Kirby, no. And as usual, it's Shadow. Hi, Shadow. Oh, Magor. Umamusumay stream one. No umamusumay stream ever because I don't like gacha. I don't wanna dabble into gacha world. You know, it's risky. It's risky. What? Why you huh? Why you numbing me, Shibble? Why? Do it! Just do it! No, I'm not gonna do it. Yes, the stinky potato asked me. Yeah. He asked me too. He was like, "Okay, you wanna play when you're not later with this neck?" I invited him, and I'm like, after deep rock, I will do deep rock. Last curve before I dip. Oh, where are you going? New Ready or Not DLC is good. Wait, Shadow, do you have it? Shadow, do you have the Shadow? Do you have the New Ready or Not? Let's play it. Let's do. Oh my god, let's play it. Let's play it later. Let's play. Oh my god, you played with Ken and say, "Oh god damn, you didn't even invite me." God damn, that's crazy. I was looking for someone that could host it, cause I'm like, bro, I'm brokey. I was playing with bros. Oh, wait, was I? Was I? No, I was hanging around with Rose. That's it. I wasn't even able to play with Rose. But I was hanging out with Rose though on a VC. But I didn't know. I didn't know. You were. She asked me to join her server too for some reason. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, I was hanging around with her. I was on VR chat with the gang while I was on the VC with Rose. Yeah. Well, Shadow. Anyway, if you're going, wait, where you going? Whatever you were going to do, good luck. Have a yes. Have a good eye. I'll be down to play later. Yes. Oh, let's go. Let's go. And let me know, bro. Let me know, bro. Let me know. I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to hop. Oh my god. Good luck. Good luck. You're a VZ. You're a VZ. A VZ. Hi, Fire. Fire is just like he laughing in the side. Gonna finish eating and jam to some music alone before playing with Jack. Okay, good luck with the playing later. Damn. Some music alone. What is that, Linkin Park? See ya, see ya. See you later. See you later, Shadow. Okay, a little bit of updates today. Like I remember I told everyone like I'm gonna be taking like a day of like a mental rest. I did take a mental rest. I had a good fun time, like just spending it with my loved ones and stuff. I spent it like going to birthdays and stuff. But yeah, it was also like 1 month of me and my pokey, you know. Hey. But yeah, I'll send you a clip of me jamming Keisha. Hell yeah. Sure. We're gonna jam to that. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Oh, you don't see it. You don't hear it. Oh my god. Hold on. He's just head banging with the phone while that is playing. Like, bro. Okay, have fun jamming, bro. I like that song too. Maya, Maya. Anyway, that was Shadow. Okay. The second is funny. Wait. I haven't played the second one. Oh, this one. Wait, it might be copyrighted. My VOD might be muted. But Enrique Iglesias, oh my goodness. Living la vida loca. She will let you out. Living la vida loca. Anyway, so yeah, I took a day off yesterday, and it was fun. I had fun. I was able to recharge and stuff. That's why I have a lot of yapping to everyone. Yapping energy. Let's go. But yeah, um, I've been cooking something. You'll just see it one day. Maybe tomorrow or the next day you will see it. But I've been cooking something while I was out and just hanging around. Yes. Um, I hope you'll like it. Yes. Hi, Cuckoo. Long time no see. What do you mean long time no see? You were in the VC earlier with Yuki. Zaro. What do you mean long time no see? Anyway, how are you, Cuckoo? Isn't it like afternoon there? Good afternoon. So yeah, aside from the one that I've been cooking on the side, I've been like just chilling. I'm also like looking forward to like a lot of stuff. I'm also been yeah. To those that don't know yet, yeah, the donor incentive is now out. Yes, but I added it. It's as an overlay, so you can see what you can get if you donate for my donathon. Yes, if you don't know yet, I have a donathon. Thank you for the headbutt, Cuckoo. It is the afternoon. Okay. Thank you, Snibble. Thank you, Snibble. Yes, I will just pin this shit. Hold on, real quick. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, so yes, I need to fix my homework. Well, I was cooking earlier. I was scared for my life, bro. The shit was sparking. The shit was sparking. I was hearing like sparking, like So I'm like, bro, please hold up a little bit longer. My donut is not yet finished. Please, I'm only just 10% of my goal. Please, hold on. Hold on for dear life. But yeah, also, oh my god. So while earlier I was like chilling, So I was chilling and stuff with my Pookie. Yes. A. So I was just like I just had the inspiration, the inspiration to suddenly organize my stuff. So I'm like, wait, my table do be messy. So I'm like, okay, hold on. Let me just change things up. So I'm like, I got like I got my skincare from the other cabinet. I put it on the table. I arranged it, and I cleaned like the table and stuff. I removed the dust. I cleaned my laptop, my work laptop. I just like put like I refilled my alcohol bottle, just used that and cleaned all over the place. And also when I was like cleaning in the front of my desk, I was like, hold on, this keyboard do be gunky. Like the gamer gunk is too much. Like I think it needs cleaning now. And I'm and thank goodness I have a very supportive boyfriend. I'm like, he's like, oh, you got this. I believe in you. Do you have Q-tips? Do you have a cotton? You have cotton. You have alcohol to clean it. I'm like, yeah, I do have. It's gonna take some time, but I'm like, yeah. And then I started working on it for like probably 3 hours. I was like, oh my goodness. So I started removing the shit. I saw a lot of nogi hairs. Oh my god, it was so disgusting. It was a lot of nogi hairs under the keyboard caps. I'm like, what the fuck, Nogi? Why? What did you do to my stuff? And then like, oh my goodness. I removed all of those nogi hairs, and then there's like some what you call it? Snack bits that had fallen in between the keycaps as well, including of course the dust and stuff. So I was like, I removed the hairs, I removed all the little debris, and then I started cleaning it. I brushed it, and then I got the Q-tips, I got some tweezers and some cottons. So I'm like, yeah, I was like, bruh, my alcohol bottles, I filled it full. Now it's half. That's how much alcohol I was using to clean it. And then for the keycaps, because there's like gamer gunk on the side, you know, the gamer gunk stuff. The side of the keycaps, I was like, fuck this shit. I'm not gonna wipe it all one by one. I went to the bathroom, just took an old toothbrush and just started brushing them with soap. And after that, I washed them carefully. I bathed them in alcohol as well to get rid of the gamer bacteria, you know. And then I just got my hair blower and started blowing hot air into these keycaps until they're fucking dry. And I was like, just like doing a hand cam stream with like my Pookie, and he was like, just watching me um assemble it properly. And then I was like, oh my god. After that, I was like, oh my god, my keyboard before was like kind of pale pink. Now it's pink. It's pink again. It's not pale pink anymore. What the fuck? That's how dirty it was. I'm like, holy. For context, wait, did I take a? Wait, can I send a picture? Hold on. My back. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. No, no, Scurvy! Ah, no, no. Also, oh my god. Let me load up. Hold, okay. After I show blah 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 blah. After I show y'all, like, wait, did I send it? Oh, no, I didn't send it. Can I send it to you, Schniv? Let's send a picture too, just real quick. I took a picture of the after. Okay. Oh my god, why is it like that? Anyway, let me just um um this is sauce. This is not supposed to be there. Anyway, anyway, I'll just save it and then edit it here, I guess. And then this one, and then this one. I'm like, oh my god. Okay, downloads, and then this one. I'll just crop this shit real quick. Hold on. Let me crop this shit. Something's not supposed to be seen there, you know. Something's not supposed to be in there, you know. You know, like, I hope you understand me, but like, bruh. Like, bruh. There we go. And then this one. Wait, does it show anything important? No, it doesn't show anything important. Yeah, but it doesn't show anything important. Okay, I'll just rotate this shit. Okay. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna show you the before and after, okay? The before and after. You gotta see it, okay? You guys. Okay, okay. You guys, this is the before, okay? This is the before. This is what it looked like before. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, the gamer gunk. Aha, disgusting. You saw it on like, yeah. Here you go. This is the before. Uh, no! No! I made it like that! Fuck. No! Why my model, bro? Okay, there you go. Here you go. You guys, here's what it looked like before. And then here's what it looked like after. Hold on. Oh my god. You can see how clean that shit was? Bro, oh my god. No, not my model! Buh, buh. Wait, hold on. I'm struggling. Every day I'm struggling. Like, bruh. Okay, okay. You see the difference. You see the difference, you guys. No, oh my god, no, oh my god. Hold on. Why is it like that? Oh my god. Hold on. Oh, it's because my VTube studio is on the. Okay, what about now? You see it now. You see it now. You see it now. Like, bro, the difference. Are you seeing the difference? The big difference. Like, it started with that. It's pale pink. After that, it's fucking pink already. After I cleaned it. Like, bruh. Like, let me zoom in on that gamer gunk. You see that gamer gunk on the sides. Like, bruh. It's all over the keys. It's all over the keys. It's disgusting. I know. I know. But now it's like, oh my god, pristine, very clean, very clean. I am so proud of myself, bro. I am so proud of myself. Oh my god, what did I do? Fuck. Oh my god. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so proud of myself, bro. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. VTuber gunk, how much? Like, yeah, it's so much. Gamer gunk content for game. I know, I'm sorry, but the last time I cleaned my keyboard was like probably a year and a half ago, I think. I'm not sure. I think yeah, I think I was able to clean it a year and a half ago, I think. Or last year. I mean, it's more than a year, yeah. Since I last cleaned this fucking keyboard. And now, now that I cleaned it, it's back to being pink and I'm happy. I'm like, oh my god, it's never been this pink before. It has never been this pink before. Anyway, that's it. That I'm very proud of that shit, bro. I'm very proud of that. You know, that shit very hard to clean. I swear. Anyway, let me hop into the game. Let's start gaming, you know. Let's just start gaming and just gaming, you know. Just gaming. Zara, come to any VC. I'll just drag you or stuff. Zaroj, you stinky potato. Stanky, stank. Stank, come here, you stank. Big stank, come here. We'll be playing Deep Rock. And then afterwards we're gonna play some.
I didn't understand that.
No! Fuck your phone! Why? I wasn't talking to you. Stupid Bixby. Oh my god. Time to get mining? Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. We will be mining. Big mining action, you know. Hold on. This and then this. What? Why is it not whole? Damn. Huh? It's not letting me adjust, but well, it is what it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is Zoro in the VZ? The road. Fuck yo. Fuck yo. Come here.
Gamer.
A gamer. Hell yeah. Oh wait, I'm not mute. Hello. Hello. I'm in the VZ. I don't see you in the VZ. Oh, there you are. You're in the fucking end of the VC. Oh my god, that's why. Come here, stupid potato.
Hello, Zoro.
Stank. Big stank. The big stankeroni. No fucker yo. No fucker yo. I'm still mad that you did that $1.01 in dogs charity. I'm like, what the fuck did you stupid potato. You stupid potato.
Tee.
You're saying T.
T.
He did it 2 times. No, he did it 3 times. Honestly, Fire. He did it 3 times. At first, he did $1. That's why I had to donate $9 because I was so ticked off by the $1. It was like 91 $91. I'm like, fuck. I had the urge to make it even.
Oh yeah.
The urge to make it even is so strong. I'm like, well, this helps the kids anyway. I don't mind donating more. I donated $9. And this stupid potato had to donate. Oh my god. He donated $1.01.
Very smart.
This
Very
this
smart.
this motherfucking potato. I'm like, why? 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 I was suffering for 3 days because of that. I was like, bro, somebody end my misery. Somebody end my misery. Every time I see Doc's charity stream is like $111.01. I'm like,
Yes.
why? Just why? Just why?
I saw that on certain donor accounts to make like these weird uneven numbers, so people just like get angry at the number and just
Yeah.
even it, and then they
Yeah.
make it uneven again.
Yeah, it's
It's so dumb.
It's motherfucking dumb. It's fucking dumb. I'm like, bro, this stupid potato. And then after that, it had Doc had $111.01. I was like, okay, fine. I'm gonna make it even again. I donated $8.99 and made it $120. So I'm like, finally. And then Zara was asleep back then when it happened. So I'm like, yes. Oh my god. I'm gonna sleep peacefully now. I'm gonna sleep peacefully. Thank goodness one of like Doc's friends came by and donated $130, and I'm like, holy bro. He completed like Doc's charity stream within like mere minutes. It's at 251 right now. Yeah, fuck you. It was you. He donated $1 again after I told him like, oh yeah, Doc's charity stream is at 250 now. And then like Zaro just went ahead and like, okay, hold on, wait. Went to Doc's stream, donated $1. I'm like, fuck you, Zaro, fuck you. Why? It was sitting already at 250. It was. Fuck you. So I'm not viewing Doc's stream until this charity stream is done. Or else I'm gonna donate again. I'm like, I gotta save up, bruh. That was my extra months because I had my salary. I'm like, okay, fine, I'm good. I'm like, okay. I guess that's it. Schnibble, can you host?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for all of you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was into the story.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Zara here doing our fox species proud by being mischievous. Don't be proud of this motherfucking potato. He's stanky as fuck. This motherfucking stinky potato is like stank.
At least 100 pounds.
Stupid potato. Wait, I'm gonna invite Zara. I invited you, you stupid potato. Oh, what? Was sounded weird for a name, so I went with Spanish. What?
Insertion sequence initiated. Off the drop pod.
A what? What was? What? Is a Blaine? A Blaine? I don't get what you mean. It means Fox IRL nickname. Oh, your IRL nickname is Voss. Oh, and it means Fox. I see. Won't that contradict with your cats though? Because you have a lot of cats, you know. Fox and cats. Are they gonna be like, you know? Hello. Hello, hi Zax. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Hi. A fox is just a canine that's filled in kindness. Really? I didn't know.
Keg glued.
I get glued. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Paying tributes, huh? I will gladly accept it.
Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you for the subby Zux. Oh my god. Thank you. And thank you for gifting to Echo Jane. To Jane. Oh my god. Hi. Welcome. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate it. If Jane is in the stream, yeah, I hope you yes. You give Zux a good thankies for the gifties. Thank you again. Hello. Feel free to lurky, yeah. She's the one that made this PNG I'm using on your stream. Oh, that one. Wait, it's animated as well. Oh my god. That's big. Oh my god. Yeah, I've seen some of her creations aside from yours. I think she also did Nicola's as well. Yeah, I think I saw Nicola having the same yeah.
To the fallen.
To the fallen. Wait, Zara, are you in the game already? Stanky. Stank. Pick up your beer, you stank.
To danger.
Jamie the lot for a lot of people. Oh, nice.
To the empires of old.
One day I'll be able to commission her.
To darkness and
Cheers. Cheers.
darkness is our friend.
Nothing will
To
stop
continued
us.
survival. Yeah, alright. Down to the bone. Skull.
To darkness.
Pointy-eared leaf
Rock and stone. For gold. Wah! Oh my god.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers. For Carl.
Long live the dwarves.
Long live the dwarf.
That's the stuff.
No, fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
Drop sequence initiated.
Come on, let's go. Don't leave me, I'm coming.
Your eyes,
Hello.
not your feet.
Ready to leave.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
escort duty. We gotta protect the drill
Oh, the one with the cutie.
Yes, we can pet him.
Yeah, yeah, that one. Oh my god.
I hate this damn
Wait, let me
planet.
turn off my.
Take a dump.
There we go.
Get ready to rumble.
Thank you for the head pat socks. Thank you, thank you.
Flares up.
This time we're after an
How are you
unknown
today? I hope
hostile.
everyone's having a good day today.
We're sending in an autonomous
Wait, what's
drill
the.
dozer to support
Oh,
you.
Ebo
The
nut.
dozer will automatically home in on the Hearthstone.
Ebo
So your job
nuts.
will be to
Ebo
Gotta break
nut.
them.
keep it running.
Yes,
Take
I
the
saw
bar.
some Ebo nut here. In the
Here's
corner.
Here is the landing zone team. Drill dozer coming in.
I take Ebo nut. Okay. I think there's one here as well. Oh, it's already taken. There's one there. Oh, shucks. I'm sorry. Just bored. Don't know what to play with being good so far. Wait, do you have deep rock? Do you have deep rock fire?
You still have a slot?
I we still have one. Bah. I'm taking this Ebona and the gold. I play Deep Rock 2. I played my PS5. Oh, wait, it's also available on PS5. Oh, that's the first time I've heard it. I thought it's only a PC game.
What's that?
Was it that?
Oh, we can. Jetty boots.
We have jetty boots? Yes! Hell yeah.
Can't carry anymore.
I don't know how many
I
jetty boots
need-
these are in this box, but
Hello.
I'm trying to unlock them.
Molly. Who is this? Is it Zoro? Can you get the gold? Thankies. Is it possible to put like a name tag or something on the top of the head? I don't see it. I don't know if that's possible though.
Jet boots. We can fly.
Where? Okay. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Next to the drill dozer.
I'm here. Jetty boots. Lloyd soap. Yay! Oh my
Oh, they
goodness.
fly. That's a
I
very
believe I
nice thing to
can
have.
fly. Yeah. Now I won't have any problems falling down. Oh my god. What the fuck?
I have a good feeling about this. Rockin' stone.
What's that?
The sound of
I have
teamwork.
a good feeling about this thing.
What did it fall
What do you
down?
mean?
And loaded.
No idea. Zoro, did you get your jetty boots?
Yeah, Zoro. I do, but I resetted my profile since I hadn't played in a long time since I need to do the first few missions. Oh, yeah, I also reset mine because of some silly thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing a lot of like stuff again. But I was supposed to be like a higher level already, but man, I get nitro.
I would start the drill dozer.
Okay, I'll come down after I get nitro.
Drill dozer moving. Try to keep up and guard it with your life.
Okay, coming down. Oh wee.
Swarm on intercept course. Get ready to protect the drill dozer.
It's time. Oh hell yeah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Ow!
Swamp.
Ah! Oh my god! It's oh my god! A Praetorian
Make some
immediately.
noise.
Get away from me! Oh, sorry. Ow. Oppressor!
Run for cover.
Oh my god. I'm dead.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Explosives, mine.
Where can I go that is a bit safer? Hold on. I can use my...
Oh. I got you, I got you.
Oh, there's an oppressor near, like on top of my body, so careful.
Turn and sweep. Got it right between the eyes.
Thank you. Oh my god. For Carl. I'm doing this for Carl. For Carl. Get away from me. Blue, red sugar.
Red sugar.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Did someone just join us or something? Minor dwarf 1-1. We're 4 now on the party.
Oh, who joined?
I don't
Oh,
know.
did I put it on public?
Fuel canisters are all
Wait.
Wait.
as a bone. Refill them and
No,
we'll
friends
be on
only.
the road again soon.
Huh. Wasn't me.
Who is this? No.
Someone from our friends just joined, I guess?
Yeah, but why minor dwarf?
Idea.
Wait, let me check on my Steam real quick. How do I... Who do I see in my with my friends that are like playing it? I don't see anyone so far.
Only friend from is you. At least in my Steam.
Do you have a friend named Minor Dwarf? I don't have a friend like that on my end on Steam. Headbutt! Thank you for the headbutt, Zux. I don't think Epoch has crossplay yet, but yeah, it might not be. I haven't checked as well.
Not sure about.
Up, and away.
Okay, then
Ebo
let's
nut.
get some oil.
Okay, I'm getting Ebo nuts. The one that I know as crossplay was what you call it?
The drill dozer is under attack. Get it fixed up before we lose it.
Ab.
Uh-oh, protected drill dozer.
Where is it? Okay. I see it. Oh, is it ready or not? I think. Zaro the.
He said he joined off of Snowball.
Oh! It's a friend of Schnibbles.
It is?
Yeah.
I don't have him in my friends list.
He checked chat.
Oh my god.
Huh? Why me? I don't understand.
You enjoy the survival one? Oh yeah, it's a good one. Is the attack already done? I don't see any enemies yet. Hold on. Can someone get the Omanite?
Even not?
A Croppa, I mean Croppa.
Lights up.
Oh, okay. Gonna be hard. Oh, there's... Oh, now it's not that hard anymore.
Yeah, we have jetty boots and stuff. Wait, let me get this Ebo nut. Rogue core?
Jet modules are too hot.
Wait, there's a rogue core?
Rokra is the new galactic,
Deep Rock?
Galactic with like rogue-like elements in it. I have no idea when it comes out, but it should be out soon.
Oh. Abba. Stop! Trying to get it. Okay, there we go. I have a little platform for myself. A roguelike Deep Rock Galactic. Oh. Are you gonna get it? Still? You're a big fan of Deep Rock.
Probably. Yeah. I have a lot of hours in this game. In
Yeah.
this game. So I will probably get it, but like I'm not too big into roguelikes, so let's see.
Jet boots activated.
Honestly, I have no idea what the genres are.
I mean, roguelike is basically endless runs, so
Oh.
you have like one run, you collect a lot of upgrades in that run, and when you die you lose the upgrades, and you get like currency to like upgrade your equipment and stuff like that. And then you start another run, you grab updates, blah blah blah. It's like every run is like different. It's like randomly generated levels and stuff,
I'm full.
and every
Oh.
run is different basically. And through the different runs, you earn currency to like upgrade your
Okay, come
base
here.
stats,
Supply pod requisitioned. Launching now.
or like cosmetics or whatever.
Is it just like Mega Bonk? Is that considered roguelike?
Drill does are moving. Everything looks fine.
Yeah, kind of.
Change soon.
Oh.
Kinda.
Kinda?
Not really, but yeah, kinda. Binding of Isaac is a very good example. That's very roguelike.
Which one?
Just
Binding
take
of
your
Isaac.
sweet time, old lady.
I
I've got all
d-
day.
Basically, which time you play the map, enemies and rewards are different. You can make lots of different builds.
Attention team. To keep the drill dozer running at full capacity, you need
Oh, Gunfire Reborn is a roguelike. Oh, I see. Oh, now I get it. Yeah.
I'll beat your record this time.
Yeah, I saw Rose play it. I saw you play it as well yesterday. I think. Fire. Yeah, it's like that. Ah. Now I get it.
Also, Nachi, if you hold the ping tool, you can see the names.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I just realized it now. Thankies. Thank you, Stanky. You're still stanky.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you. I like collecting items like this and building stuff. That's why I was enjoying Riftbreaker last time. Oh my god. I will play it again, honestly, one day. If there's still a dare drop of it, I'll play it, I swear. It's a good one. Okay, I'm coming. I'm the only French here. Oh wait, you're French? Bonjour.
He is a French!
Oh no. Oh no. Zux, careful. Careful. I'm telling you, a lot of my communities in EU, in Europe, and they kinda do be like, you know.
The one thing every European unites.
Be careful. Just saying.
the hardstone.
No, they're just kidding. We're all chill here, okay?
You're ready.
We all chill.
Yeah, it's just we're just memeing it,
Even
okay?
if you're French.
You're half. Oh my god, Zaro is half French. Ugh, disgusting. No,
It gets
I got
worse every minute.
disconnected. No.
Then just rejoin.
Wait, can I rejoin the main
You should be, yeah.
Okay.
The French government got her.
No, I didn't mean to watch.
That's
No, I
true.
didn't mean to watch.
That's true. Goddamn, Molly, why are you so far gone? That's crazy.
Oh yeah, I'm in. Ooh. Oh man, I was holding good stuff already. Oh no,
It
my
should be
jetty
still there where
boots!
you. Oh yeah, that's sad. But it should be still the stuff you mined should be still there where you disconnected. I
Okay,
guess.
I hope.
Normally you drop like something like a backpack or that kind of thing.
Yes, it's me. I hacked the game. Oh my god. Why? Why? It sucks. Why would you do that? No hacking. Okay. No, I don't have it anymore. Oh my god. Oh, I don't have jetty boots.
Do you see that, Nachi?
But
It's time to hydrate with
with
some
some Kirkland signature
purified
purified
Walter
Walter using code ANDYMOO. Andy Moo. Wait, there's an anniversary trophy. Oh my god. Where the fuck did it all came from? A Praetorian. Get wrecked.
One more anniversary trophy
Ibonut.
secured. Management will be pleased. Performance point bonus activated. Well done. Secondary objective completed.
Alright, I started the dozer.
Okay.
I start the drill dozer. I
Okay.
get us some resupply.
Supplies are on the way.
Dankeschön.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's already one back there. Goddamn, that's a very bad place. Okay.
Oh my god.
Make some
Extraction
light.
commencing. Drill dozer running at full steam. Stay alert.
Okay.
team. The noise and vibrations are attracting the bugs. We got an incoming swarm. Please remember that the drill dozer is top priority. Swarm? It's a big one, team.
A swarm. A warden. Oh my god, I gotta kill the warden.
Yeah, he boosts.
Okay,
grunts around
kill
him.
the warden. I killed the warden. Rock and stone. Rock
Don't
and
forget to
stone.
repair the radar.
Oh yeah, the radar. He's doing a good job. Well, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Ow! Ow! That was owie.
Keep defending the drill dozer.
Oh my god! It's coming from the side this time. Oh my god! No! Get away from me! Oh my god! Oppressor! No! Okay. Doretta! I revive you. No!
Goddamn.
Oh shit! I'm in Doretta. I'll put up a shield. Okay. There you go. Repair while the shield is on.
What the fuck? Oh, the stones. Careful.
Ah!
Detected.
Fuck.
Keep the drill dozer operational at all costs. The drill dozer is at the halfway point. Keep it running. Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
Oh my god.
The drill dozer has sustained permanent damage. Step up your game,
Done.
team.
Okay. I got you, bro. Ow, 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 ow. I can't see shit with the...
Dozer.
I've been... Oh my god. Where the fuck is that? Okay, the spitter are annoying. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. We don't have enough nitro. Fuck. I'm sorry. Bad aim. Bad aim. Just one more. Aha! Oh my god, that killed me.
Hunker down and load up.
Is it hazard for... Wait, is it?
75%. Almost there.
I think this is regular, right? The regular difficulty?
Maybe.
That sound is like...
Incoming swarm. Keep the dozer safe.
Okay.
Swarm, they're here.
Ah! Get away from me, Doretta!
Repair the radar.
Ah! I put down a shield, I think.
God damn.
Hope the bandage stays on.
Okay. I'll lure them away. Come here.
The dozer.
Bulldozer. No, I didn't mean to pet it. Okay.
Oh boy, be careful.
Taking permanent damage.
Oh my god.
Together. Be more careful.
Keep. Oh no.
Ow!
Okay, we got it.
We need some...
Served its purpose. The Heartstone is ours. Deposit it and wrap up the mission.
Monkeys.
Oh, wow. Oh my god. That was stressful.
It was very stressful.
Secured. Press the button on the mule and we will send in the drop pod.
Dankeschön. Okay. There's more enemies. Oh my god. Get
should leave
away
this
from
place.
me. Yeah, we gotta deposit it. Okay, there we go.
I already pushed the button.
Nice.
Now we just have to wait for the
Oh
drop
my
pod.
god, there was a warden. No wonder.
Protect you now, brother. Come and get some.
I'm taking some of the ammo. Feel much better now.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing.
Retrieving the mule.
Watch me fly.
Will just be... No! Why did you leave me, Molly? Yeah, there we go. Just keep doing that shit.
Go, go. Drop pod isn't waiting forever.
Remember, I am French and I have bad English. Don't worry, we all have bad English here.
Yeah, it's a trait here. That's
Yeah,
normal.
it's normal here. We all have problems communicating in English here. But what is this?
Funny.
Drop pod departing in T-minus.
We're doing it?
Please don't kill me.
The mule's been successfully retrieved.
Just Redo.
It's snappy team. The drop pod won't hang on forever.
No one brought the Redo's head?
I got it, but I don't know where it fall around. It's not there. Oh, there it is. There we go. We're ready.
I'm here.
Our very own express elevator.
No way!
No, please go into, please.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 3 minutes.
He activated it!
What is this guy doing?
He activated it! Wait,
No
I'm
idea
gonna
why.
get Zaro. I'm gonna get Zaro.
Oh, come on. Why?
Okay, come here, Zaro.
Great, I can't kick him. Yeah, let him die and then we go.
Bye. Just stay inside, I guess.
Yeah, we are safe here.
Oh my god. They can't go inside, right? The monsters. We just need to stay here.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Ow, I got glued! Ew! Disgusting!
Get inside. Thankies. Who is this guy? I don't know this guy. I have no idea why he tells me he joined my game. I have no idea who this guy is. I don't know a minor dwarf 11.
Yeah. Is it possible to hack this game even though you're like stuck? Like you can join other
I have to check if
lobbies?
I accidentally did put it on public, but it said friends only. Who knows?
Well done. Management has decided for you to prove yourself with one.
Oh, I accidentally put it on. Okay.
So it was on public.
No, no, it wasn't on public. Host friends only.
Oh, so
Okay, I
it
kick
was
him.
from one of the friends.
Huh?
Oh, I see.
No idea, I kick
Dang.
him because I don't know this guy. Like,
Yeah.
huh?
Like, yeah.
No idea.
He can join again, right? Once you kick him.
Fascinate.
Let's hope.
Yes.
I mean, I think he gets the message.
Not bad.
I hope so. Oh my god. Excuse me. It's a loud burp. Oh my god, it's so cold today. I don't even have my aircon on for like
Not bad.
8 hours already. That's how cold today is. Like, I think it's... Oh, it says it's 22 outside. Oh my god. No wonder I'm like, I don't need an aircon. It's my comfy temperature today.
That is a comfy temp.
Yeah, it's my comfy temp. 22.
Okay.
Yay. Is this gonna be your last game? Or...
Time to leave.
Yeah, probably. For me at least.
Okay. Yeah, I could hop to
How
Ready or
many?
Not after this, I guess.
Yes.
Wish. You need your e-burst too. I'm sorry, I made you stay up late.
No, no, it's fine. All good.
Dankeschön.
One leaf lover.
Bitte
You can only
schön.
get it filled with some
Ah, who is ordering a leaf lover?
Ew,
I'm
disgusting,
no
Zara.
elf.
Ew. Disgusting.
What's with you?
Disgusting.
Why should we drink this?
You're strong with Gunner? Me?
God damn it, Zoro.
No way, ew, disgusting. I just took a bath today too. What's gonna be our order today?
Orders from management. Stop dancing and get to it.
Skull Crusher. Hell yeah.
Go in sync.
Yes.
Crazy.
Hell yeah. Yes, 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 yes. It's in sync. Nice.
If this continues, management has the power and will to close the Abyss Bar. Is that what you want?
Zoro, drink your beer.
Fuck you, stinky potato. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah.
Drop sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
Slappy dicey.
Slapping the dice.
Come on, guys. We're leaving.
Gunner is the only one I can play because the others are like I'm bad at it. And I still suck with it because I still like whenever I play Gunner I still hit my teammates. But Zoro is gonna be like intentional hitting, like, you know.
Located a glyphid nest. The dreadnoughts go there.
Stop! Stop! Bro cooked me with that. Oh. Oh, what? Why did I throw a... Oh my god. Stupid of me to do that. Can someone get the nitro, please? Too high. There's a Praetorian here.
Gotta kill 2 dreadnoughts.
Oh
Gotta be
my
fun.
god, it's a dreadnought. Oh my god. We're gonna cry. You enjoyed Scout the most,
yes.
especially playing M1000? Wait, fire! You can you still hop on or no? Well, it's probably the last game though, but also, do you got ready or not? Me suddenly inviting people, even though it's not my lobby. Classic. Umanite! Umanite. For Carl! Okay. So one there, and I don't see the other one. Oh, the other one is nearby. This one nearby. Can we save this one for last, or? And let's go to the farthest one first.
Further down. There you go.
Oh my god,
no.
there's enemies already! Oh my god! No, Zara!
Well,
Oh my god!
it's like in Minecraft. Don't just like drill downwards.
Get into cover.
Oh, there's jammy boys there. Oh my god, an infector. Heal up, Zaro. Here's some red sugar. Wah! We need gunk seeds. Oh my god, I got those, bruh.
Careful!
Oh my god, it
Safely.
almost got me! Oh, I saw it. I saw it go in front of me.
Yeah, that was close.
I was like, what the fuck? Also, there's a
funny leech.
cropper here.
Let's get it.
It's so high though. So scary.
Can someone put a platform down there?
I could definitely get this nitro, but not the cropper.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
okay, you play driller.
Zip line ready.
I'm at the liquid mission. I still only done the minerals and egg. Yeah. Oh, we can play one later, I guess. If I'm still awake though, I don't know if I'll be though. I'm trying to correct my sleeping schedule. I'm being inspired to sleep early.
This cropper sucks.
Oh, don't die, please. Don't risk your life if it's so hard to get to.
Ah, I might have it. Yeah.
Ah! Ow.
There we go.
Gotta heal myself. Die. You can heal yourself with the sugar.
There's some red sugar.
Red sugar.
Okay, we ready for the dreadnought?
When am I not ever ready? I don't know. It's okay.
Supply pod launched. Better stand back.
Okay,
Okay.
there we go.
What? There's still
Oh.
them?
Yeah, Arbalest and
Oh, hey,
We
going
have
for
to
me. Oh
do-
my god.
We have to do similar damage or they will heal up.
I don't know who I'm targeting,
Yeah.
but oh my god. Oh, I remember this shit. Oh my god, this one is annoying. Where's the other guy? Okay, there we go. Ah, stop burning me. Bro thinks it's Zaro just burning me.
No, they're invincible. You can't attack them
shit.
while they heal. Like the health bar, if it's gray, you can damage them.
Okay, I'll go for the lacerator this time. Oh, this one is the arbalest. I'm
Yeah.
almost dead. I'm almost dead. I'm almost dead. I need to heal up. Where is a sugar?
Get some from the resupply.
Fuck.
Getting more ammo.
Okay, okay. Got healed a little bit. Okay. Ow! What the fuck is this? Okay.
Don't do too much damage to just only one. It will be useless. They will heal up. Don't attack them.
Okay.
Keep track on the health bars. It should be equal.
Ow, ow, ow. Oh, this one is the lacerator. Okay, got it, got it. I've been hitting the arbalest all this time.
Hitting
Oh my
one
God.
at the same time is useless.
I got you, Zoro.
Getting supply.
Okay.
Where's the other
Where
one?
is the lacerator? The lacerator is hard to kill. Where are they? Okay, there we go.
We got one. Perfect.
Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god, Zara! Okay, there we go. Where's the lacerator?
Where's the obelisk?
Okay, okay. The arbalest, I mean, yeah. It keeps on popping off and... Oh my god, ow. Nice!
Good
Oh my god. That was crazy. Oh my goodness.
Perfect. Now we find more Nitra and the second Dreadnought.
Yeah.
Should be in this direction.
Yeah, I saw like it's up here. It's up here.
I think we need to dig here.
Oh yeah. Wrong.
Oh my god.
Funny Warden. Two of them.
What? Warden down. We still haven't collected gunk seeds. Where the fuck
Yeah.
are they?
They're on top. They're on the roof.
Yeah,
They hang, like,
there's no one in this area.
maybe in the next section. There's a dirt wall over here. Maybe there. Where's the driller? Oh, maybe there. Mr. Driller, we need your help. Mr. Driller, we need your help.
Oh, bro.
Please. Get us through here. Check the map for like... But yeah, nice. I think the trophy is here somewhere. There it is! Nice.
Good job, miners. Anniversary trophy deposited. Performance
Double
Nice.
battle pass points.
Battle pass. Like Battlefield Battle Pass.
Yeah, but
Not
free.
addicted.
Free.
Ooh, red sugar. Never felt better.
Never felt.
Oh, that's a lot of gunk seeds. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Zoro getting creative. I like that.
Oh my god, there's a warden. Get away from me.
Where are you?
I opened like a soil area and then it led me to here. From the...
You're far away.
Yeah, there's an... Oh my god! Ow! What the fuck? That was a big drop! There's jammies and like
careful.
wardens here. Oh my god.
Oh, you fell down, Zoro. Goddamn.
Oh my god.
Shield up.
Ooh.
Okay. Where is Zaro? Oh my god. I should put up a zip line or something. Hold on. It's so fucking dark.
Zipline done. Shield charged.
This is a big area. A fucking big area. At it as well. There's a lot of gunk seeds.
Whack-a-mole.
Okay, we should get... Oh my god, is that what I think it is?
A what?
Nice!
It's a what?
Found an arrow cube.
What's that? It sounds fancy. Oh my
It
god.
gives like tons of experience.
There's a lot of
It's
nitro
like a
here
glitchy
too.
kind of thing.
Ooh.
Watch and learn.
Nice.
Wait, I could put a thing here as well. Wait. Let me cook.
Zipline. Here we go.
I think I already shot all the gunk seeds here. Just gotta pick it up now because they're all on the ground. Oh, excuse me.
I also shoot a few down. Where I am at least.
Yes.
Have to wait for flare recharge.
And we got back at sandwich time.
Sandwich?
That's a dwarf line. When we get back, it's sandwich time.
Oh. I'm learning. I gotta
Bird
learn
makes
that.
hungry.
That's true. Okay. Barley! Barley bulb. Hell yeah. Molly!
Molly, come here.
Where's the Molly? Molly.
Deep Rock seriously need to invest in
I
some
just wanted to
better-
deposit. Wait. Whoever called Molly, I just wanted to deposit.
Sorry. Call him again. Call Molly. I'm sorry. That was me.
It's okay. I was just about to deposit and I saw him like go up and I was like, no. I have
I'm
like my pockets full.
sorry.
Please. Okay, now you can call for Molly.
I want to get all the gunk here before I go there because all the gunk's here.
Yes,
It's
that's good.
all on the floor
Get the
here.
gunk.
Like at least 10 of them. 11 now.
I got 4 already. You have enough.
Yeah. Once Molly gets here, I'll just pick up all the gunks. Then I'll head there. So we could do the thing.
Move your tin ass over here and hurry, please.
Okay, I call for a resupply.
Where is that damn tin can?
Where is the damn tin can?
It takes some time.
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
There's like 3 here. There's 3 there. Okay. Let's go here first. Okay. Get the gunks. Come here. Sit down there, Molly. There we go. Gunk number 2. Gunk number 3.
How about a nice break?
And we go here.
Sit down, rest a bit, and maybe play some dice. Donkey, come here.
Donkey, come here. Hi, Miss. Oh my God, you're still awake. Good evening. Oh my God. How are you?
My grandpa told me they used real mules back in the day, keeping up the tradition.
10, 11, and last gunk. Where is the last gunk? Here we go.
Oh, we have 2 resupplies. That's good.
Supply pod is inbound.
Yeah, I got some nitro as well. There's like a lot more here. I should get more, honestly.
Nicely done, team. You secured yourself a nice bonus.
Nice.
Every single crevice.
Little bug looted. Okay. Where is the...
I think we should have enough nitro.
Okay. Heading there. How do I go there though?
You can follow Molly. I just call her.
Okay. Where did Molly go? Okay.
You don't have to put that gunk seed inside there. Zoro, we have already 12.
Why just rid of us simple?
It's not your
I just
son, it's
woke
a
up from
gunk
a nap.
seed.
Good morning then, Miss. How are you doing? I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing fine as well.
Goddamn.
Okay. Oh, this is where I came in. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is what I... Yeah. Okay. Oh my god.
Perfect.
This was a stuffed hole. Okay. Ah! Ow! How there? Oh my god.
Okay.
Hey, get away from me! Ah, jammies! Fuck you! Where are the other? Okay. Where's the area? Wait. So I follow Zaroj?
Just go towards me.
Okay. This one? Okay.
No, where I am. Nachi, it's not hard.
Oh, hello.
There we go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Let's go!
What is the difference between
Okay, I make us some light,
soil on a
and then I pop the glyphid cocoon.
Hold on, I put up some zip line as well so we can go back faster in case.
Owie, what Zorro? There we go. Hive guard. He's a funny little fella.
Oh, this one. Oh, this one's a bit easier.
You gotta kill its sons.
Yeah. I need the upper ground. Ow! How dare! Who's going up, man? Ow! Get away from me!
Okay. Pop its pimples.
Pimple, ew, disgusting.
And now slap its butt.
Oh my god. Ow! I just healed from that shit. Sentinel. Getting Sentinel. Sentinel. I got... Okay. Okay. Ow. Okay.
Full time.
Pimple time.
Zorro, be careful. Oh my god, what's
Oh my
exploding
god,
here?
Zoro.
Don't you fucking detonate that shit. Okay, slapping butt. What are
Oh
you
my
doing,
God.
Zorro? Don't just throw that stuff around while we are here, what the fuck?
Thank you so much. Oh. Oh no. Okay, there we go.
Crazy.
I put up a shield inside. Oh my god. Ow. Going for the sentinel on the ground. Okay, okay. I need another one. Sentinel done. Okay, pimple time.
Good time.
One pimple down.
They call
I
us
need-
pimple poppers.
Why
time,
would you
butt
do
time.
that? Yeah, I'm spamming it on the butt. Ow, 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 ow.
Owie.
Okay, I got it.
Perfect.
Oh my god. That was crazy. I'm good, just been having a messed up sleep schedule. As you can see, I woke up from a nap at 3 a.m. Don't worry, same. I have a very fucked up sleep schedule. But I've been having a good streak lately. For the past, we'll say 2 or 3 days. Nibble that I... 2? Yeah, that I've been having
I
like
think
complete sleep. I'm happy. And I plan to do that more.
Let's make it a 7-day streak for now, please.
Yes, I'll try.
At least.
I'll do my best. Yes.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule.
I want
Okay, let's
Chatsy
go to
proud.
the drop pod.
Minus 5 minutes.
Where is it? Put the it's on the other map. Oh, I swear it's on the other area. Okay. Oh, it was there. It goes on this hole I created. Oh, this. Oh, okay. It goes on the hole that Zoro made. We're here. Ah, enemy.
Should get like good like XP top up with the arrow cube.
It lingers.
Let there be light.
Let there be light. Oh, fucking stinktail. Okay, come in.
Let's leave this house.
Slapping them. Doors.
Good one.
It was a good one. Fuck
That
you,
should,
Zoro.
I guess, like finish your assignment.
Yeah, that was the last one, I guess, on my end.
Yeah.
I'm able to
if you
finish
wanna have
it.
that 8th anniversary hat, we're gonna probably do that tomorrow or so because the
Yeah, we could.
assignment ends, I guess, on the 17th.
Oh shit! 2 days? Oh yeah, we definitely
Yeah.
have to. More mining then. Okay. Tomorrow. Okay.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, it was fun.
It was very fun.
Assignment complete. Unlocked.
Congratulations. You've proved yourself an
Nice.
exceptional miner. We've thrown some of our harshest.
Hell yeah. Now I can do a different assignment that I want to, but I'll do that on my solo time. I keep getting distracted. Distracted with a lot of stuff.
Yes, Zoro.
Ball. Oh my god, I'm just glitching all over the place.
I thought you just called me ball. Like,
A literal ball.
what the fuck?
Balls. Balls.
Yes,
Oh
you
my
can play
god.
football and did you see the goalpost thingies?
The what?
Yes. You can play like football.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
I slipped.
I'm so bad at this though.
They're like little goals.
Yeah.
And with these you can like
That's unfortunate.
score.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. No! Aw, man, it suddenly changes speed. See? Oh my god.
No!
It's crazy.
Oh, finally I got one in. What's
on.
this?
Yeah,
Oh, oh my god. Oh yeah. Bull. Bull.
Please don't kick the barrels into the launch bay. Barrels and launch thrusters do not mix.
That's what you think, mission control. What do you know?
Yeah, what do you know?
The decorations are there to contribute to a festive atmosphere. They are not toys.
Shut up,
They're not
mission control.
toys. I don't care.
I'm the guy with the pickaxe.
Flush the launch bay with radon gas.
With radon
Can
gas.
and will result in a significant fine. Consider yourself warned.
Okay, I'm gonna sleep now.
Okay.
You have fun.
But good night. It was fun.
It was very fun.
Was very fun. How about
Yes.
good night?
Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Bye-bye.
Schnibble. Good night, good night, good night.
Good night, good night.
So, Roj, are we hopping in immediately for ready or not?
I'll message Snake that we're starting.
Rich Nick. Oh, we go to bats, right?
Yee.
Okay. Let's go there. I'll see you.
Wee wee.
Wee wee. Wee wee wee. Bruh. I didn't see you. Which VC? Wee wee. Which VC are we going? I don't see on any VC in bats. This tanky must have been on a VC that I am not in. Which bats VC are we gonna go? There we go. Okay. There we go. Was muted. Okay. There we go. We're waiting for the schnick. So while we're waiting for the schnick, I'ma just go one game of Battlefield. Heh. Heh. Not addicted. No. No. No one's addicted. No one. Padam pam padam pam. You grab a snuckle real quick? Okay. We're just waiting for the snack. The snack. Okay.
Huh?
While we're waiting for the snack.
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Start digging in your butt, twin.
What? Huh?
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 Suck.
Huh?
Wait, I can't believe you also have that here on VC. You also have the suck on VC. It's crazy. Suck. Suck. Hold on. Okay, there we go. What? What happened to my battlefielder? It's not loading. What happened? Why is it not showing? What? There we go. Gotta have all the chaos. Chaos mansion. trying to be more nimble with that. God damn. Okay. Oh, Snake is here! Snake, come in, come in. Zora's just getting a snacky and then I'm just doing one game and then we can go ready or nothing. Ready or nothing. Just not, you know. Not them shit, bruv. I thought I bumped it, bruh. What the fuck? Oh, I broke my leg from that. Oh, just in time I have an ad too? Nice. I needed that. Yeah. Everyone could just chill while I'm just like gaming alone. Oh my god, I almost killed it! It was a 91, bruh. Aw man, somebody got to it. Nice. Oh my god! They're shooting at me. Crazy. Got him. Just one more. Oh, it was running already. Okay. Oh, you fucking. No one's here to boot me? God damn.
Fuck! Medic!
Fuck. Medic. Lizard. Is a Schneck. Hallo. Lizard. Lizard, 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 lizard. Damn, they're all dying. Oh my god. That is crazy. Ah, I burned myself. Fuck. Stupid. my god. He countered with a
I need a medic!
nade. Oh god. Oh, well, we almost won. Oh god. Can't get me, beige. That is one game done. Alright. Is Zaro back? Zaro? 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 Zaro, you just said you'll get a snack. Zaro, you stinky potato. One more game, I guess. Zaro is not back. Zaro? Snack? Do we hop into ready or not now? I drink.
Huh?
Huh? Huh? Huh? Huh? Zaro, are you back? Huh? Stank.
I see Snake joined.
Yeah, Snake is here, but he's not yapping.
Dang, he hates us.
Dang. No, I only hates you.
I was just about to tell that you beat me to it.
Welcome back. Ready to hop in?
Fuck you, Nachi.
No, fuck you, Zoro. Fuck you.
Why do I get the feeling that I'm doing most of these missions by myself because you two are going to be killing each other?
Oh yeah, you're gonna babysit us. Bruh. This is
Depends.
But
If these cookies taste good, then I won't kill her.
of course it's gonna taste good, bro. It's cookies. When will cookies not taste good?
One of those salted caramel
Stupid.
cookies.
Stupid potato! Thinks all cookies sound... Oh my god. Well, if it's Zorro, but is a Zorro cookie, it's probably stinking, not good. Yeah, that's true.
When it's an experiment by a little sister, that's when it becomes a gamble.
Oh, what did she put in? Did you ask her?
I have no clue.
Oh, good luck.
If Zoro doesn't respond, we know he just got cyanided.
Fuck,
Should
I
I-
was trying to spell that.
You're trying to spell? Oh my god. That's new.
Snake, I blame you if it kills me.
Why Snake? Snake. Snake is innocent.
Because the potato can't take responsibility for his own actions, that's why.
Yeah. Classic Zoro.
Huh?
Stupid stinky potato.
Stinky potato. Gonna get something to drink? Okay, fire. What you gonna drink?
No, you stanky.
No, you. You the stanky. Big stanker energy. Oh my god. You hear me, man?
Alright, the first one tastes like burnt paper, but not too bad.
Hey, sometimes burnt cookies aren't that bad. Well, not burnt cookies, obviously. Don't want them like fucking charcoal, but a bit of
Who burns
a
cookies?
bit of the
Goddamn.
slightly
Look.
burnt cookie. Like, so it's not too soft.
Yee, I'll still
Had
eat
bit
them
crunchy.
all though.
Oh my god. Fuck you, Laura. Ah! Oh my god, Osas got me. Osas. Onion yan your boy, and it one my boy. Nagabambam ng Osas. Longest name ever. Bruh! Oh, you stanky. Where did you go? Fuck you, Osas. Fuck you in the face, bruh. Can't get me if I'm this nimble, bro. They still got me. Who has the new DLC? Who has the... Did you buy it, Snake?
I mean, I do have it, but I didn't buy it. I got it for free because I think I bought it ages ago.
The DLC? Oh, damn.
Yeah, because I bought the
Rich.
deluxe edition of the game, so I got like
Oh.
all the DLCs with it. And I think
That's
it also cleared the
possible.
season pass, so I got this DLC when it came out too.
Well, that's fancy. Nice. We're gonna have fun.
Wait, what?
What do you mean, wait, what? I booted up the game and it said free. So I installed
The
it.
deluxe gets you future DLCs too.
I would assume so, because I hadn't bought the new DLC. I just logged into the game
That's
and saw
crazy.
that I had the DLC for free, so I downloaded it.
Ooh.
So I assume that I have a Caesar Pass.
Nice. Okay, I'm done gaming Battlefield, so I open the Ready or Not.
I don't know if it'd be a wise idea if I host, though.
Yeah, you're gonna host it because you have it.
I'm prepared to have a lot of lag then.
I'm used to it, don't worry.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Deluxe Edition comes with the Ready or Not Mission Pass, so that means you get all the DLCs. What difficulty we wanted to do?
Probably standard.
Okay, hard it is.
I'll show you hard in a minute.
I don't want it. You're not my type, Zoro.
I was talking about a knuckle sandwich.
See, this is where you gotta be more specific, or the people will assume.
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay. Bet you. Ready or Not. Where's the Ready or Not? Okay, there we go. Ready or Not Gaming. Why is it not exact? Fuck. Graphics. There we go. Now it's exact. Nice. Bro, I don't see you. What? Stop spamming this stupid potato. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Fuck you, Zaro. Stupid potato. Snack, did you know what did stupid
No,
potato do on Doc's charity stream?
I think I heard.
Yeah. 300 ping! Hell yeah, classic.
$1.
Yeah. He donated $1 3 times. He annoyed me and Rose on purpose.
That's what somebody would do.
He donated $1. I donated 9. He donated another $1. Rose donated 9. Then he donated $1.01. This motherfucker added 1 cent. I had to donate $8.99 to fix that shit.
Hey, I donated $9.01 total.
Yeah, fuck you. I donated $34, I think.
No, fuck you.
No, fuck you.
I'm adding a cent next time.
No, you better not. I will kill you. I'll twist your balls every time you wake up. Hi, darknesses. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome. It's Doc. Hi, Doc. Thanks for the headband. Doc, do you want to join? Doc. Doc, do you want to join? Doc. Speaking of Doc, yeah. I was talking about Doc's charity stream. How Zoro made, like, bruh, that's crazy. Yeah, Doc, you wanna join? Reb your schnob. Hell yeah! Let's go! Oh, it's gonna be fun.
Snake.
Doc's got the DLC too, so yeah. I think I'm addicted to the lore reading of Ready or Not. It's so dark and sad and corrupted. I want to know more. Oh yeah, every map is very dark. Yeah, like not even like I don't even have to read the lore. Like while playing the game, you get the lore itself, and it's brutal. But still can't purchase it. Aww. Don't worry. One day you can. It will happen.
I mean, you don't need to purchase it, Dionysus. You can play with someone that already has it. As long as the host has it, you can still play it.
No, but they have to have the game itself, the base game. Not
the game itself,
just the DLC, yeah. Jokes on your academy. Nice one, Doc. How are you today, Doc? How are you? Okay, I hydrate. Before I forgot, I hydrate. Aba. How is this game promoting shooter scenarios? Well, it kind of be like that, I guess. I'm good. Yeah. How was sleep? How was your day so far? I heard you're going to a birthday, so the happy day. Happy day. I slept in super hard. Oh boy, that's good though. Sleeping in, more sleep is good. It's not my birthday, okay. I know when your birthday is. Don't worry. I was just like, I was just making funny. Hihihaha. Hello, hi Doc.
Hi, Doc.
Hi Doc. Happy birthday.
Hi, Dick.
Happy birthday.
It's not my birthday.
How was the birthday party though? What did you eat?
Are you sure? I'm positive. We were celebrating my well, technically my mom's birthday is next week, but we were doing a early birthday dinner because
early birthday.
her and my dad are gonna do stuff next week on her birthday. So
Oh shit.
I got kicked. I
so
join. But are you really sure? Nice on fire.
wow. Really?
Is that true?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
really, really,
Like for real, for real.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
My god, it's still loading.
But how's
Let
everyone
me
here?
in! I cannot go in. I got kicked. I join. What if I make everyday Doc birthday though? Honestly, not a bad idea.
Every day. What? Dude, I would die by the end of the not even by the end of the year.
Aging every day.
It'd probably be like May by the time I die.
Oh, balls and ass cock. I keep clicking the wrong fucking buttons. Someone else host.
Gaming.
Someone else host.
Why?
I can host, I guess.
Nice one, dog. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean nice one? You joined me. Turn around.
I don't know.
I feel bad for laughing at Snake's disconnects.
It's shitty.
I thought Doc was in the game already. I'm like, what?
No.
Wait, I don't have Snack added. Snack, let me add you on Steam.
I'm not on Steam.
Oh, wait, you're an Epic?
Send
Oh.
an invite Snake.
Huh?
How would one invite Snake?
I've just joined off Zara's invite.
Oh, okay.
Chem light out. Lights dig out.
Lights dig out.
Lights dig out.
Lights dig out.
Chem light out.
Chem light out. Lights dig out.
Come on out.
Lights dig out. Chem light out. I was playing
man,
this
I
with
ain't
Zaro
putting
earlier. I was
down.
like, what the fuck, Zaro? We ain't finishing this shit.
Dropping a light.
Time to make an anti-aging serum then. Oh my god.
Oh my god, anti-aging serum. That's already existing, but like, bruh, it's not working.
That's face cream.
You clutched it when you stopped being doo-doo. No, you're doo-doo every day. Don't worry.
Are you still upset? Are you still upset about the $1.01 dono?
Yeah, I'm very upset about it. Until now, I'm so salty about it. I keep on telling friends about it. Like, oh, did you know what this Stinky did? Stinky, stupid potato. Donated for $1 4 times in the whole charity stream. This
It's still going too, which is funny.
Yeah.
It's at 251.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah, I was on a
My
VC with
fucking
him. I was on a VC with him and Rose when it happened. I was like, oh yeah, Doc already hit 250. And then he's like, what, really, 250? Wait, hold on, when's your stream? And then donated $1. I'm like, fuck you, Zara, fuck you, you don't have to do that.
In my defense, Rose was shit-talking me, so I had to retaliate.
No,
That's fair.
no, that's not worthy.
Gotta step up, dude.
Yeah. This motherfucking potato is like, okay, I'm annoyed these two women. After that, we
Zoro's
grilled
like, wow,
him.
congrats, Doc. That's amazing. Here, have this.
The thing is,
Teeny.
like, he just mentioned immediately, "Fuck you, Laura and Nacho." What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Stinky potato.
You son of a bitch.
Are we doing the new map,
I found it funny.
or
I
are
found
we
it
gonna
funny.
warm up first? What the funny? What the funny?
We can do one of the new maps, sure. Trying to think what I want to bring.
What's the new map? Like,
I like the new pistol.
what's the new
Which
pistol?
one? There's two.
I haven't meddled with the loadout, honestly.
I'm gonna say probably the Glock. I don't know. I'm
So,
really liking the
the
S2011.
G18.
Oh yeah, the C version.
I think we mentioned Doc making the goal,
D.
and Zora was like, "LBRB." Yeah,
That's pretty
that's what happened. It was so funny and annoying. I was like, why?
The other new pistol isn't too bad
Doc
either.
was celebrating, and then Zoro came in, make him laugh.
That's true. Yeah, it was still it. I was legit like crying
Yeah,
about that
what
big dono,
happened?
and then like probably what, like maybe 5 minutes later, Zoro comes in and just donates $1, and just start losing my mind. I was like, no, you didn't. It's like, no fucking way.
We were roasting, Rose and I were roasting Zoro in that VC while it was happening. Fucking Zoro. We're
That shit
just
was so
owning
funny.
it.
So grateful for it. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
so grateful. It's just like it's like
It's-
holy shit, man.
It's funny. I also like how the more your operator dies in campaign, the names appear on plaques of officers lost in room. Why, really? Oh, I haven't lost an operator yet in the campaign. Because I never did that shit.
Who plays the campaign? The multiplayer where it's at.
Yeah, I always just play with friends. But yeah, one day I'll just finish this shit, man. I just do the campaign one day. But they said that the AI sucks. Like your AI teammate sucks. The more officers killed, the harder multiplayer missions get. Oh, really? Then I'm not gonna play it then, so it's easier.
Man, you're gonna eat those words, cause the dudes in the newer maps are fucking ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
No, oh my god, am I gonna
The
die immediately?
last map's the worst.
The last map is the worst, yeah, and I've only done it twice.
We haven't me, Bat, and Set, and Billy weren't able to do it. We did the first two, and then that one we just struggled with.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean in terms I've played it twice, never finished it, but like, yeah, it's fucking rough, dude.
It's recommended you bring like armor piercing rounds because they're all wearing high grade military like body armor and stuff.
Yeah.
What's the new pistol again?
There's two. There's the Glock 18, and then there's the one I've got, which is the SJ 2011. Is it?
S2011 -P. But yeah.
Oh, there's one. Let me try this shit.
It actually looks good. I saw a gun immediately
only
and was like,
armor
that gun
piercing.
is
This
sexy.
one
I
is
don't see the
9
point of the
millimeter.
other one.
This one.
It's a less recoil pistol.
The other one
What, the
has
S2011?
better fire
Yeah.
rate though.
Yeah. It's
This one
It's
less
9 by
OS.
19, like modernized 1911, basically. It's like the shit that John Wick used almost. It's what it looks like it, but
Oh, this one I'm gonna have control issues, so. Okay, I'm going for this one. And I'll modify it with a little bit of stuff. I need a compensator for that. Yes. And then, oh, fuck. No, no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no. And then, is there a new weapon, like the main primary?
Ye.
it's a what battle rifle? It's the RTWC 6.5. It's a battle rifle.
Oh, battle rifle. Is it good though? I think so. Might try using it.
Lyra used it when me, her, and Zoro played. She likes that gun.
Slightly lower recoil.
Jesus the kick on this thing.
for what?
The gun Lyra used.
Oh yeah, it's got a huge kick. Well, it's shooting a fucking what a 6.5 Creedmoor round.
You can get so much stuff with this thing, man. It's actually kind of cool. Oh yeah, I'm not having dinner, so I can put my hair down. I might switch my S2011 though, because I have been using it a little bit.
Let me try this shit. How bad is the recoil compared to the submachine gun that I'm using?
What, that new rifle?
Yeah, let me try it.
Probably higher. But it depends the attachments you have on it too.
Oh my recoil. I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's not automatic.
No, it's a battle rifle, so it's semi.
Well, I'll try this shit.
I've been using the Supernova a little more, and I fucking like that gun.
Each multiplayer mission ties into the campaign. Oh. Ready or not? Hell yeah. Yes. Welcome back, Boundless. How are you today? The devs warned many players to finish the Coyote mission to make their armors not high grade too. It was interesting how they explained it. What's a Coyote mission? Honestly, I have no idea. I mean, I don't mind getting backseated on this game because I'm not really a gun, enthusiast and stuff.
Another gun that's Rust Belt, isn't it? The Coyote one, or claimed to be Coyote mission.
I think that's Rust Belt.
Rust Belt, if
I
that's
could be
the
wrong,
case,
though.
then I might have done that already. So I don't think I have any problems with that.
Because there's not a mission that's named Coyote, but that's the closest one probably related to that name.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
ready.
I'm ready. If everyone
We
else
have a
is,
problem.
What?
what's the problem?
They removed the civilian.
Huh?
Oh, for downstairs?
Oh,
Yeah, they did.
downstairs.
Yeah.
What? Why?
Yeah, they.
Why did they remove it? It's funny. It's funny
Damn.
that he's there. No one to. Oh my god! I keep on telling people to look at the forehead of that criminal, and then
Forehead.
and then gaslight them that it's the forbidden number instead of like
Oh my god.
I will tell them like,
no, you didn't.
read it. It's that number, and then they're like, no, it's 88. No, it's the forbidden number.
It's the forbidden.
What do you mean no fire? Oh boy. We're gonna take longer with the loading. It's because of me. My ping 300.
Air support is here, circling the target zone.
Honestly, my ping with Doc is not much good. I mean, not is better. But I can't English. What the fuck? My ping with Doc is around 275. The ping earlier with Snack is like 315, and I'm like, it's way worse with Zoro. My ping earlier with Zoro was like 350, and I'm like, Zoro, I can't game with this shit.
Skill issue.
No, it's your internet issue, you stupid potato.
Multiple active shooters on site. Move quickly and clear the area. Move carefully. Traps may be present.
Target spotted. South.
I kind of switched my freaking flashlight to my laser
I'm
sight.
going with Doc. Oh my god, already.
You could not.
You might wanna hide under my shield. Where are they? Where are you going?
He's down, he's down.
Nice.
Eyes on the target. They're moving near the south side.
Gas! Clear out!
We're civilians though. Ah! Fuck.
Hands in the air!
There's one on
He's
the
to the
left
left.
side. Yeah. Oh, he down. Okay.
Got a civilian here. Doc, contact is down.
Entry team, this is Talk. Proceed with mission.
Be careful, doors can be trapped, by the way. It's a reminder.
Oh, it has bombs? Oh boy.
It's not bombs, it's gas.
Oh. Gas is much worse.
It can... If there's civvies in the room, then you set it off, it will kill them.
Confirming
Yeah.
evidence secured.
It's like they never had a chance to know what was happening.
Nice rides though. Man, I wish I could ride them.
Suspect cuffed and secure.
Talk
Get to the
here.
exit.
Clean house and we'll take them out.
There's a lot of civvies hurt here.
Element to talk. Weapons located. Down.
This is Talk. Thames notified.
Are you okay, bro? You're wheezing. Bruh.
Suspect ready to go.
How's everyone doing?
So far we're all still awake though.
Doc here. Trailers notified.
Get down slowly.
I didn't do anything.
Woman, stop running! Oh my god, I wanna cuff you. Oh wait, did Zara, did you send that woman away?
With it now. Civilian is cuffed and good to go.
Yee.
Okay, that's why. I was like, why is she not?
Officers are outside. Go.
Why is she not stopping?
By the roller coaster ride near the ice cream parlor. Yeah, it's not one of you
Who
walking.
the fuck is humming here? What the fuck? I'm on the
Entry team to dock.
merry-go-round.
Element, this is Doc. Keep going.
Did we check out the haunted house?
I didn't.
There's a haunted house.
Yeah.
Take me
Trailers
with
inbound.
you. Oh, there we go. This is a haunted house.
Hostage has been killed. Hurry.
No! Why did you kill?
I have someone in the haunted house. Shooter.
Fuck. Oh my god, it's so fucking dark here.
Oh, what?
Oh my god.
From where?
Oh my god. Ow, what the fuck? Yeah, I didn't see it too. What? I died.
I can't see where the shotgun guy is.
He.
It's too smoky.
Yeah.
It's only Snick. You got this, Snick.
Put your hands up now. Get down and put your hands up. Please. Get down. Don't shoot. Raise your hands now. Don't shoot.
It's so fucking dark. How were you able to see that? Even with night goggles.
Shooting at bots and prayers.
Damn.
Can't believe this. Mierda.
Mierda.
¿Dónde cojones vas? We got a civilian down.
Doc to Element. Proceed with mission.
Yo, got this, Snick. Okay, I'm gonna get my tea while this is going.
Vámonos de aquí. Muévete. This is not good. I ain't fucking scared, homie. Poco.
Doc to lead. Mission failed. The feds are on their way.
I forgot we have flashlights.
Yeah, maybe I
You
should
only
try
have
using the-
flashlights. You've got them equipped at Zoro because you can equip both a flashlight and a laser now.
Damn it! Alright. Try that again.
Yeah, I forgot to save it when I was swapping guns. Luckily, I can put it no now.
is LSPD air support arriving shortly at Operation Zone.
Oh my god.
My god.
Oh my god. I got my tea.
What kind of tea?
This one today is lemon, mate, and matcha green tea. Yesterday I was drinking chamomile.
Nice.
Me like it some good
Have Snake
tea.
rate your tea.
What? Why would Snake do that?
Because I'm British.
Oh,
British.
damn.
Even though I've told him countless times I don't even drink tea myself that often.
You don't drink tea? Why? It's good.
Because I just don't like tea. I prefer coffee.
Oh, you prefer coffee based.
What type of coffee?
No, a really good hazelnut coffee is really good.
Good taste.
I also like a good mocha and stuff like that as well. Chocolate coffees.
Coffee's good.
Take away a bit of the bitterness. Have some
But I prefer
sweetness to it.
matcha still. Because I can't take coffee. I can only smell it.
There may be traps.
Target spotted.
How to turn on the lights again on the gun for gore? Is it T? No. No, I didn't mean to do that! Well, is it F? H? Me trying to figure out.
Oh.
Me trying to figure out where the gun thing is.
Hands in the air!
He's down. But we lost Snake.
LSPD, get LSPD! Drop it! Okay.
Yeah, I got there was two there. I got shot in the shed of the head. There's one to your left, Doc. That's the one I was trying to shoot.
Civilians have been taken hostage.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Visual confirmed. Target on the move. South.
He's down.
Your hands where I can see them!
This is talk. Notifying trailers.
Entry team to talk.
Show us the front and back of your hands!
Ready for what?
Entry G.
Do
This is
not
talk.
move! Come out with your hands up! Police, get down!
They're good.
Police, come out!
Who died?
Police, hands up!
Down.
Snake
I
dead.
got shot in the side of the head while trying to kill another guy.
Officers are outside. Go.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Don't run!
Whoop.
Stay away from the gas.
Are they dying now? What happened?
What, the
Oh
city?
boy.
Yeah.
Well,
They definitely gas.
Got a civilian here. Fuck them. At a point where I'm wondering if we can.
There's one here. He's down.
Police, show me your hands!
Keep it going.
I'm sorry, bro. You're in the gas. Can't help you.
Send EMTs.
Oh my god, why is it all locked?
Weapon on site.
Talk here. Forensics is standing by.
Will we also die if we stay on the gas?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
You start
Got
choking
it,
to
got it.
death.
Okay, okay, got it, got it.
You'll know because your character starts to slowly close their eyes when you're getting close to
Element,
death.
this is Talk.
Okay,
Proceed with
got
mission.
it, got it.
Element to Talk.
It's the
Suspect
nickel
down.
gas.
Requesting TAMS. Suspect cuffed and secure.
Talk to entry team. EMTs and trailers are
But the
standing
price
by.
stinky gas.
It's a Zoro gas. Oh my god, no wonder.
It's Inachito gas.
Hostage is
Element
down.
to
I
talk.
repeat, hostage is down.
Well,
Son of a bitch.
ow, 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 what?
In the haunted hotel again, or house. Zara triggered a gas trap and then got lit up.
Hold on.
Yeah. The walls won't
So-
protect you.
Caesar, are you alive or?
Oh, he's dead. He's down.
Shit.
Chem light out.
I'm Swiss cheese.
Damn.
Light stick out.
Getting ready to go. Lead to Talk.
Oh, she is now
Talk
down.
to entry team. Trailers
yeah.
standing by.
I can't see the walls. It
Same
was
guy.
too dark, man. You got this, Doc. Believe in you.
Did they add a new laser type?
I don't think so.
Well, they did technically because it's a light. It's a 3-in-1. 'Cause it's like the infrared laser, the normal laser, and the flashlight. But I don't think all weapons have it. I think most of the pistols have it. I'm pretty sure most of the rifles and shotguns have it. I'm not 100% sure.
What it called?
It is called. The SPL laser and light.
Oh. Hell yeah, thanks.
Hell yeah,
Civilian
thanks.
Cuffed and ready.
Element, this is Talk. Proceed with mission.
Proceed with mission.
Do the gas masks help?
Yes, against the gas, they do.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
That's why I'm wearing a rebreather. Which.
¡Tenemos policía!
Oh.
Mission objective failed. Roll in.
Oh.
That dude was a rat. We'll go again.
Yeah. No giving up. I'm gonna change this.
I'm just gonna throw all my nades into the haunted house.
Going back to my normal one.
Air support has arrived. Keeping eyes on the perimeter.
Man, I hope you do. That's all I want to hear.
Hi. Oh, I have ads. Ooh, sorry. Didn't notice.
This is Talk. Status of the active shooter threat is currently unknown. Move in and secure the area quickly. Move cautiously. Suspects may have placed traps.
What's the toggle for?
Damn, man.
Get to the exit.
We've got a visual on the target, approaching from the southern end.
Element, this is Talk. Send him.
I ain't even part of this.
Doc, got a civilian here. Element to talk.
Wait.
One down.
LSPD,
Talk
get
reporting.
down!
Suspect ready to
You are
go.
clear to proceed.
Police, don't move!
Hi.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hands up! Show us the front and back of your hands! Police,
Target
hands up!
located south. Keep eyes
LSPD,
sharp.
don't move!
Look at all these people.
I watched this
Like they
guy
never had
sneak
a
up on
chance to know
Snake.
what was happening.
Head to the exit.
Jesus.
Officers are waiting outside.
What a rip.
Doc, weapon secure.
Get to the exit.
Doc,
Oh my god.
got weapons here.
Entry team, this is Talk. Collect what you can and keep moving.
Lead to talk.
Talk to
Civilian is
Element.
ready.
Continue with objective.
Okay.
Doc,
Element, this is Talk. Trailers incoming. Proceed with
entry team
caution.
to talk. Suspect is down but breathing.
Talk reporting. Notifying temps.
Doc.
Talk here. Trailers in.
Target spotted. South.
I'm with you, Doc.
God, you are so lucky. Oh, hey, what's up?
Don't worry, I'm gonna get you out of here.
You guys good?
Yeah.
Put your hands up and get down slowly. LSPD, hands up!
Can't see shit.
Oh,
We're good.
Dropping a light.
Eyes on the target. They're moving near the south side.
Lead to talk.
Leave the area.
One suspect
Officers are
down,
outside.
breathing.
This is Talk. Medical assistant is standing by.
Visual confirmed. Target on the move. South.
He's at the bumper car area.
A hostage has just been executed.
no! Why do they like doing that
I know
shit,
that was
bro?
not.
Suspect isn't going
I
in.
know that was not a hostage I just killed. That guy was shooting at me.
I got it.
Disarming a
Eyes on the
bomb.
target. They're moving near the west side.
Okay, we're good here.
That one by bumper cars.
Okay.
Oh, 2 more bumper cars. One might be down, but I died. They're in the they're to your left, Snake, in the cubicle area.
Leave the dock. Weapon on site.
That's Jeb.
Weapon on site. Okay.
That's chaos.
Element to dock.
That's Jeb.
Suspect is down.
Dock to element. Notified. Medical.
Civilian is cuffed and secure.
Dock to entry team. Continue with your mission.
Go.
Can you get that guy out in the bumper car? I didn't get that guy.
Got him. Confirmed.
See what? Yeah, that's him right there.
Dock. Got one down.
Lead, this is Doc. Continue with your mission.
Civilian restrained.
Hands in the air! Put your hands up now!
Where are you going, huh?
LSPD, don't move! Can't, man, I can't! Don't worry, we're gonna get you out of here. Civilians, so many dead.
I'm sorry, man.
This place will get another memorial site after this.
They were speaking Spanish? They're doing American accents? I have no idea what the fuck's going on here.
Gee. Oh, the burger's still on. Oh, I think I've been here. Oh yeah, I was. Man, we're missing something. One.
I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like one of them sleeping. Big ol' heckin' snooze.
What do you want, Zaro?
Did we get all of it?
I think it might be just like weapons and stuff like that that we probably haven't
Yeah.
tagged.
Do we look for them?
Visual confirmed. Target on the move.
Don't have to.
Lead, this is Talk. Situation is diffused. With that said, there are no words for the display put on by this team today. Absolutely abysmal.
We're not going for a perfect score anyway because the fucking civilians are dead.
Yeah. Oh! Forgot to report. Oh no.
Where the hell are these Coast Boys? They called it a joint venture, but really, it's just us picking up even more work.
Confirmed.
Having a riot.
They're rioting.
They hate us.
Alright. Next one is the All Gods Burn. We're going to a bank.
Bank.
Bank. You guys want to take the main street or the parking lot?
Whichever, honestly.
Man, I'm asking y'all. Okay.
I vote for the main street. Bank.
I see Snake is counting the people that are rioting.
I'm just counting how many shells
Why
I'm
are
gonna
you
need.
counting?
I literally just said.
What, you're
Sorry.
sleeping?
What?
I'm counting the amount of shells I'm going to need.
Forgive her, she's got a brain delay.
Bruh, that's crazy.
Probably from the sticky gases of you. It's causing it to short circuit.
Good.
You heard it here, folks. You admitted you stinky.
That's stanky. That's Zoro.
Damn.
But
I just love how
Yes.
all the officers, their keyboards are fucking gaming mouse and keyboards. Why the fuck did you need RGB keyboards and mouse? Why?
So it's
Because dude,
colorful.
they have a huge LAN party after the after they've done their jobs for the day.
They usually de-stress. They're all playing fucking Quake Arena.
Then they gather up on either old RuneScape or WoW and
Nah, they seem
They
like
do their training in Ready or Not.
I think they're all sat there playing Final Fantasy online. We're talking about.
it's true, yeah. You might be right.
That's possible.
This is Talk. Suspects are refusing to negotiate. You are clear to move in.
Alright, let's go.
What? Already?
I saw that too, yeah.
Drop the gun and get down.
Sorry, 9 bang.
Oh my god.
That's a cool detail.
Up top, up top, up top. One up top's down.
Police, hands up. LSPD, don't run.
Hang on, hang on, hang on. Be good, be good. Get him though, get him. Just in case.
Eh. Distracting, distracting.
Please, this is Talk. Trailers inbound.
Cuffed and ready. Police, building is good to go.
Talk here. Continue mission.
Oh, I'm not shot.
I got you. Don't worry.
Entry team to civilian is secure. Good to go.
Civilian, ready to go.
Up top again.
Verifying trailers. Talk police. Trailers ready.
Now that shut him up.
The suspect is taking hostages.
Did you see any more of them?
Trailers notified.
Enemy is ready.
Talk to lead. Proceed with mission.
He might be down.
Oh my god. Bro! This overkill.
Element, top. Get the suspect down.
You say that,
like-
but Snake. You say that, but Snake just saved your life. So.
I know.
Make sure they're dead.
Snake just emptied the whole magazine on that person.
I did single action as well, so it could have been worse. I could have put it in full auto.
It's true. Got an armored
Since
guy
when do they hide
downstairs.
behind singular chat?
Civilian restraint. Need to talk. Suspect ready for way.
Where's that top?
Yeah, I'm trying to get that guy.
Entry team to talk. Contact now.
Hey, one down.
Proceed with your mission.
Get down, get down. I'll say I will fucking pop you.
Suspect up and secure. Finish the paperwork. LSPD, come out! Come out and get
Police,
down!
hands up.
Keep walking, clown.
My god, I'm too bloodied already.
Cuffed and ready.
Hey.
Element to talk.
Type
Where's,
shit, type
everyone at?
shit.
Element. Notifying trailers.
They're good.
Hands up!
Just looking for the key card. I got the passcode and I've done one of the computers. Just to find the other computer.
I'm upstairs currently. There's 3 civvies up here.
Civilian is ready. Talk. Civilian good to go. I have to put these on you until we're done. Civilian is cuffed and good to go. Don't worry, they come for Jana, right? Good to go. Civilian ready.
There's still bad guys walking around, so watch yourselves.
Civilian is good. Civilian secure. Comply.
Talk to entry team. Great work. Keep going.
Lead to talk. Weapons located. Suspect isn't going anywhere.
Copy.
Can we disarm this shit? No.
Got a suspect down here.
It doesn't go off unless you like you shoot it or something.
Cuffs are on. Contact down.
Entry team, this is Talk. Proceed with mission.
Talk. Civilian is cuffed and ready.
Lead, this is Talk. Clean house and we'll take them out.
Lead to talk. Got a suspect down. Suspect ready to go.
This is Talk. Notifying morgue.
Element to talk. Device is secure.
Element, this is Talk. Collect what you can and keep moving.
I'd like some for one.
The rest are probably down in the vault area.
Whenever you guys are ready for that, we'll make a move.
Okay.
Found it. The key card. It was on a dead guy. Dead cop.
How do you attempt to unlock that laptop? What the fuck? Oh, I don't get it.
I'm with the snake. To your left. Sounds like.
Oh. That sounds fun there.
Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha.
Lead, this is Talk.
We're good.
Notifying trailers.
Damn.
Entry team to talk.
LSPD!
Talk here. Proceed with mission.
Police, hands on the SPD. Don't move. Hands up. Don't move. Hands up. Element to talk. Proceed. Weapon on sight.
Talk reporting. Roger that.
Civilian restrained.
Roger that.
Talk. Civilian ready for transport.
Talk here. Trailers en route.
Nothing alike. Police, we got down. Stay where you are. Should we really be doing this with the rioters upstairs? Call this in to talk. Confirm visual on civilian Dominic Vale. We're too late. The hell they do to him?
We're too late. What?
Hands up! Don't move!
We answered the phone call in the vault.
Yeah, the vault's open, actually.
Nice.
Show us the front and back of your hands!
Oh my god.
Pest within the walls, a Babylon that is now crumbling. We will rebuild it, starting from the very
You know what playing this gives me the vibes of again, especially doing these little Easter eggs? It gives me fucking Payday vibes again.
Yee.
Payday
Yeah,
gaming.
it does give good vibes like that. Yeah.
Got him.
Oh, hi, princess. Hi. Hi,
Lead to
Lara.
talk. Device
How
located.
was you, Lara?
Confirming. Devices are secured. Forensics notified.
Hi, wife. Fuck's
Oh
wife.
hey.
Hi. How is you?
Oh hey.
Oh, hi.
Someone got that. Nice.
You're doing the new maps.
Entry team to talk. We got a device here.
Talk reporting. Forensics notified.
Bruh.
Devices will be collected shortly.
Zero
Move on.
Put your hands up now!
Get glued.
Glued. You just got home? I was going outside.
Put your hands up now!
Hope you had fun.
Probably fucking gross.
Been out in the heat all day. Aww. Poor Lara.
Oh, that grass.
Poor Princess. Been touching grass all day.
Is it all princess?
He's a princess.
Stay focused, alright?
Is this relevant to the objective, sir?
This can't be happening.
Get down slowly!
Got the laptop password?
Nice.
Nice.
Unlocked it. Unlock it. But I did get a new book, so all is forgiven. Nice. You got a new book. That's big. Ooh, bread. They eating bread here in the pantry, I see.
Yes,
Good
enter
as
code and
10.
send
Nice
files.
vitamin D. That's true. GT speaking facts.
We sent them.
Hi. Hi, GT. I'm lost.
I'm scared.
Is there a shore map in this DLC?
A shore map? No. I don't think so. I could be wrong though.
Okay.
I love my books. I'm close to being considered a library. Nice. What did it said?
Talk. Weapons located.
Agreement vault. Last read protocol. Sure noted. Identified.
Element to talk. We got weapons here.
Stat success.
They'll get what they deserve, and I'll get what's mine.
Entry team to talk. Weapon on site.
Talk to lead. Talk copies all.
We?
Do not move! LSPD, don't move!
Fuck is ROI? I swear. This motherfucker. Zoro
I
shot
saw
the
you
can.
looking at it.
Zoro
even
shot
feel
the
my
can in
hand.
front of me. This motherfucker. The fuck what?
No wonder my eyes was going like so red.
Ow, what?
What were you attempting there?
Are you trying to throw her off like I did?
It doesn't want to. It doesn't want to.
Entry team, this is Talk. Great work, entry team. That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. A saran wrap. Oh my god.
Outside all completely. All gods burn on C+.
Ooh, B.
We did pretty good.
We did good.
After the bullshit one.
For the first run, not
Yeah.
bad.
I better switch my rounds before we get into that.
Chem light out.
Let's stick out.
Stick out. Chem light. Dropping a light.
Maybe in an hour she's still playing. I can join. I gotta prep my dinner and detox from the sun. Well, yeah, it depends on these people. Yeah. Okay. What? Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Snake.
Snake.
Lizard.
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 Lizard. Is it time? Okay. Okay, while y'all are like readying up, I'ma go pee real quick. I'll also do the ads while that's ongoing. Okay, be back. Oh, wow. I'm back.
What we're up to?
Who's it?
Hi, DK.
Oh, it's DK. Hi.
Your mom's car.
Your mom's car. Oh, hi, Zonks. How is your nephew? Oh my god.
I'm doing fine. I eat up spicy fried rice and chicken for dinner tonight.
Wow. That's fancy. Here, share. Share. Okay, I'm back. Doing good. Sorry I'm late. Was working all day. Good job today. How was your day so far? Are you hydrating properly? If I could just redeem docs, like redeem right now. Drink! Drink some little water. Drink! Just doing that redeem. Drink.
You know what?
Drink.
You
Do
mean
you
this?
feel it, Nachi?
No,
It's time to
not
hydrate
mine.
with some Kirkland Signature Purified Walter using
Using
code
code
NDMOO.
Thanks for the headbutt though. I like headbutt. Thankies. Now I gotta hydrate. No, fuck you, Zoro. Why would you fart on my character? Ow, my eye. Fuck you.
Suck.
Okay, I drank water. Change the song. Oh my god. No! Zara removed it immediately, dog.
Don't celebrate too early.
No, fuck you. Fuck you, Zara. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you. How dare you remove my bazongas?
Someone,
No, fuck
someone. You say that, Zara. It reminds me of a time where I celebrated. I was playing. What was it? I was playing The Other Side, which is like a phasmophobia-like game, and I escaped a hunt, and I celebrated, and I got jump scared like a second afterwards. And one dude even went, "Don't celebrate too early."
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was funny. I think it's clipped too.
That
So
sounds
I'll have to
awesome,
send you
yeah.
it. Let me see if I can
Please
find it real
do.
quick. There it is. I found it.
What's an MK8?
Yes. Milo. I know what you're looking at.
K18. Muzzle is a suppressor. Under barrel would be.
Ooh, no need to.
What angle? Reduce horizontal recoil and increase speed or. Okay. Combat grip. What if I go for combat? Yeah, I want accuracy.
Uno momento. Hello, what are you doing here?
Tactical. Flashbangs or mirror gun. Situational awareness. Well, I use flashbangs. Eliminator.
Lizard, lizard,
Lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard. Hi, love. Hi, SCP. Hello. Jump scares are everywhere. Okay. Hi, love and SCP. Hello, hello. Welcome, playing Radio Not. Are we still waiting for someone? What are we waiting for?
No one.
Bruh.
Snake here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Ye.
That's crazy. Got AP. I think. What? What? Why are we applauding? Is there New Jersey SWAT joinable? What? What do you mean joinable? Hmm? Feels great to be out of school for a week. Oh my god. Happy for you, nephew.
It's free real estate.
It's real estate. Join. But Lara will join later. So yeah. Oh, this lobby, I'm sorry. It's already full. We're just waiting for one more friend that will pop in a bit later. Ow! Fuck you, love. Ow, my ears. Welcome back, Darna. Tee, how dare! Oh my god. My ears are burnt. Oh my god. No worries. Oh my god. I can't even do that anymore.
Reporting active link. All reports will be reviewed in real time.
Oh my
Vital
goodness.
Oversight expects you to follow your ROE.
Oh shit, cool map.
Yeah. Oh, Chibi? I'm Ashmol. Hello, I'm Shmol. Hello, hello. Hello, I'm Shmol. Ashmol. Get a ladder. No, fuck you, Zoro. Ashmol.
Doorway ahead open. Proceed with caution.
Jesus, that radio transmit was crazy.
Can interact with this shit. What? Oh, I can see the cameras. Oh, this is me. But the cameras aren't like real time. Like this.
LSPD, don't move! Get down slowly!
Get down slowly.
Suspects have been blocking and hijacking our comms, and we're still trying to get around it. We can override them long enough to hold it. Can you confirm the visual?
I can open the blinds from outside the
You might be
screen.
able to get in without alerting them.
What the? Oh, somebody's getting shot, I guess. Yellow guy. Oh, yellow guy. Oh my god. Schneck, I don't hear.
Talk. We have a suspect down here.
Watch out. He's gonna.
Are we fighting the military? What the fuck?
The mercs. We think.
Oh my god, is this a coup?
Talk. Got one down. Got him. Zipped up.
Oh my
Lead to
god.
talk. One suspect down. Three suspect cuffed and secure. I have to put these on you until we're done. Civilian is ready. Lead to
Hands in the air!
Civilian ready for transport.
Doc, 5, steep platoon. Interference is getting stronger. You may be getting closer to the site. Securing it and establishing control is vital.
I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah. Key card. Oh, I found a key card.
Oh, we can use that actually.
Where? Take me.
There's a computer that needs a key card. It will open. It's a catch-22.
Wait, let me follow you.
Okay,
I see you.
Someone died.
Oh, this one? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you see that, Nachi?
Okay.
It's time to hydrate
Electronic
with some
door successfully
curtain
deactivated.
signature
Okay.
purified
I just hydrated.
and using code
NDMO. Thank you, love, for the hydrated head pat. And the stretchies. Oh my god, I've been shrimping. Oh, my back.
She's been shrimping.
Okay. Ow. Oh my god. Gotta sip some tea. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh my god, that's a good tea.
Stairs. Talk.
That's a good tea. Snack will approve.
Suspect cuffed is the backup generator, though. It'll kick in fast. We better move.
Okay.
Oh.
No, Doc. Did you die? You okay?
No, I'm fine. I found the breaker though. I can kill the lights if we
Element to talk.
want the lights cut.
We need
Come out with your hands up! Police, come out!
Come on, beige.
Down.
Police, don't move!
Not until I find
This might help us.
No.
I don't think any of them are
Why?
wearing night
Do they have
vision.
night vision?
Everything's gonna be okay.
I don't know.
Civilian is ready.
I want to
Thankfully,
say
I'm not
yes,
looking
but
at my
I,
OBS from that.
I could be wrong.
Woman is vibrating.
We can try.
Woman vibrating. Oh my
Not good
god.
then.
Please don't kill me.
Talk.
And then we should get a chance to regroup.
I'm near Doc, so I'm a Doc now.
All right, power's been cut. Oh wait, no, never mind. This ain't for the lights. This is for the security system, the alarm, CCTV, and electric doors.
Okay.
And Zoro's dead.
Zoro died.
Goddamn jump scare.
Zoro skill issue.
We love jump scares.
He was behind the door aiming at head height.
What the fuck?
Oh, they're kinda good, I see.
Oh. Electric door? Must be an alarm door.
There's a wedding here too.
They're upstairs.
Okay.
There's a duck. Okay, I'm coming with you. One is cuffed already. Where?
Stay cool, man. Stay cool.
To the left.
Nothing. I don't see it.
They were pre-cuffed.
Those guys were? Okay.
Okay.
They're good.
He's on the right side, Nachi.
Right side. Okay, okay. Got you.
Civilian ready to go. Suspect ready to go.
Okay, I see your body now.
Put your hands up now!
I'm not with you, by the way. So you're by yourself. at the
Yeah, I'm
moment.
trying to slowly check where it is. Is it hiding here? No. Probably went away or something. Let me just report.
Shit, we got an officer down!
Acknowledged.
Civilian is secure.
That's the lesson.
That's kind of cool, actually. I never really paid attention to that. Since that dude kind of hacked our comms, he's kind of pretending to be Talk.
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah.
Say a wee wee for us, Zara. Wee wee wee.
Wee wee.
Wee wee. Okay, now I'm hyped up. Got a wee wee from Bizarro. A lucky wee wee. I think it's all here on this end. We're missing something.
Oh shit, it's one of our guys.
Snack, are you
Gotta go in that room to the left.
Okay. Oh my god. It's just me and
The dead bodies are an indicator for something.
Disabling now.
Yep.
I found it.
Talk, we found something. Laptop and a frequency emitter. Fine, the intel says this might be the device we're looking for. Upload the receiver logs and we'll be able to prevent detonation with a spoofed frequency.
This dude's eyes are like bugged for me.
He's got big eyes.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say. I mean, you crouch down though, they're normal, but
Oh my god, there's a bomb there too. Not a gas. Woman.
Platoon, move now. We have 2 to 3 minutes before our signal gives out. Find and disarm the trigger man and secure the detonator. Repeat. Find
He's upstairs in the courtroom. You have to go and take him in alive.
Top David. Join us upstairs in the courtroom for your final test. Better hurry.
Man, what the hell is happening?
You gotta go upstairs, Doc.
where's Nachi?
I think she's upstairs.
I'm in a courtroom
I
right
know
now.
she's down in.
Is this a
No,
courtroom?
you're not. You're in the. You're at the council room.
Oh, okay.
Courtroom is up those stairs, where you found Zara dead.
Oh, okay, okay. Got it, got it. Okay, okay, got it.
That guy on the radio. Is it Billy the puppet?
Billy the puppet?
Yeah, from Saw.
Keep moving, D-Platoon. We're losing control of the signal.
I see dog.
Courtroom is right around that corner.
Do not move!
I keep imagining the little guy holding a radio.
Reports seeking reasonable justice. The assurance
Oh my god.
Civilian is in need of medical. Show us the front and back of your hands! LSPD, get down!
That door is the courtroom. He's gonna be dead center.
Oh shit. Yep, he is. Oh my god, he
don't
managed
wanna
to
kill
make
him.
me bleed immediately. It's crazy.
Oh, damn
Oh
it.
my god. Oh my goodness.
Nachi, you just need to rifle it and take down those guys.
Fucking
I'm
John Wick.
scared. I'm scared. Where did it go? I think he'll just headshot me in the face. Oh my god. He got me in the
Damn
face.
it,
Like, oh my god, bro was aggressive as fuck. I was crying tears this morning after seeing the Twitter post of where she actually got some good sleep. Oh yeah. I'm planning for like 1 week. 1 week of like consecutive good sleep. Minimum 8 hours. Yes. If I do that, I'm gonna be proud. That's big. I'm good. I'm good with this stuff.
Oh God.
I might
Right.
have to.
Make money off the Jägermeister.
Lyra's hopping in like 30 minutes or less, I think. Yeah. Why?
Bailey's
The plans?
Oh hell yes.
Oh, Let's go to your. Wait. Shinek, are you in dog server?
I am, yes.
Okay, I think that's our. Yeah. Doc, can we use your server?
Yeah.
We're gonna use your
For when
server.
Lyra joins. For when Lyra joins, yeah.
Standing by for your go-ahead. All reports will be
We
reviewed
promise
in
to
real
clean
time.
up
Find
afterwards.
oversight expects you to follow your ROE.
Alright. Yeah, yeah.
Where's Zara? Yeah. Why would you do that? That's crazy, Zara. Key card. I got the key card already. Damn, that's crazy.
Raid.
I'm ready. I'm ready, Doc. I'm ready, Doc.
Well, to make
Where
sure
do
it
I
wasn't, like,
input that
rigged.
key card again? I forgot.
You have anything on you that might hurt me? Till we know what we're up against. Civilian is ready. Element to talk.
Damn.
Command to D platoon. Oversight confirms control. Restraint verified. Maintain field readiness.
Where can I put the fucking wood?
Judge, this is Talk. Do you read? Suspects have been launching and hijacking our comms, and we're still trying to get around it. We can override them long enough to hold. Can you confirm the visual?
Chem light out.
Lights stick out. I'm coming with you this time, Zaroj. Wait, I have the keycard. Hold on. Wait, it's not here. It's not here anymore.
It's random.
Oh fuck! I have to go after. Oh my god! All them computers. God damn! Gotta find all them computers. I'm dying.
Shit. Oh no, I'm dead. I got crossfired.
Oh my god. I got gassed. Oh my god.
Police, don't move! Get
Fuck,
down
he punched
slowly.
me.
Damn.
Gas is gone.
LSPD!
Good to go. Element.
Where them key card?
An officer down.
Okay. Oh my god. It's not here. It's not here.
Talk. Suspect is down but breathing.
Oh, here we go again.
Suspect ready to go.
Lead to talk. Contact is down.
Alan, talk. One officer down. Requesting temps.
Could use this key card access
And
to our
team to
advantage.
talk. We have a
I
suspect
suggest
down
we
here.
opt for an
Needs temps
alternative
ASAP.
entry of this
Ready for
remote
court.
terminal.
Some kind of electric door lock we got here. Police, get down!
Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it down.
Put your hands up now!
I used the key card.
Nice.
Another key card? What? Okay.
LSPD, don't police! Hands up! Hands up! Don't move!
Why is there another key card? What the fuck? How many key cards does this building have? God dang.
Get down and put your hands
Police!
up now.
Show me your
Hands up.
hands!
Don't move.
Oh, Snack was there. Oh my god, ow!
No, Snake!
Get down and put your hands up!
No! Oh my god, I almost died from that. What the fuck?
Leave the talk.
Snake!
Talk. Suspect down. Wounded.
Wait, don't tell me I'm the only one now. I'm gonna cry. Can't clutch this, bro.
Good luck.
What do you mean good luck? Yeah, I'm gonna die. Is everything checked already on this floor? Oh, not yet. Yes.
Show us the front and back of your hands!
Woman!
There's others from the press still here.
Yeah, I don't care.
I got
Come on, woman.
Civilian ready to
Make a hell
go.
of a story.
Element to talk. Civilian is secured.
Nothing here but it's locked again. Oh, I've been here. Okay. So, going back to the stairs. Now I'm lost. Okay, I think this is the way to the stairs. Ow! Oh my god, my ears. Fuck is Zaro. Oh my god. You jump scaring me with loud sounds, huh? Oh my god, there's nothing. Lower the volume? Why would I? If my ears are blasting, your ears are blasting as well. Fair trade. Okay. There's nothing here! My ears will get boo-boo? Yeah, as long as it's not frequent, I guess it's okay. Okay. Ah, it's fucking locked. Come on.
Can't believe this. Elevators are down. Shit!
Oh. Oh shit, you're hiding there. Motherfucker was hiding there. Oh, you motherfucker! I saw you do that! How dare you? Oh my god.
Suspect down here.
He went in front of the door and like, oh my god. How dare you? Oh, there's another one. Where did he come from? I don't see him. Don't tell me he's in here. Oh, okay, it's a civilian.
You're in safe hands. Good to go. Tell me the
Whoa.
man is okay. Please. Element, talk. Civilian secure.
You might wanna go around now. Ain't no one here. Die for the gas, bitch! I aim for the gas can. Die, bitch. Nicola! Oh my god, I will die with the gas can as well.
Tactical
Nicola!
Nachi.
Tabby, my Tabby. Oh my god, he was in my face. He got me. Shut. Oh my god. Hi, Nicola. Tabby, mommy, wife. 2 times the charm. It's crazy.
God damn it!
God damn, it's so hard, man.
This shit sucks.
I'm doing much better now that my mouth is healing. Oh, that's good. And then they're gonna make your mouth bleed again. It's crazy. How many more are they gonna do that to you? It's crazy. Poor Nicola. Yeah, you'll probably need that. This is a very hard mission. Oh my god, not gonna lie.
This is TOC, federal chain established. All reports will be reviewed in real time. FISA oversight expects you to follow your ROE.
Oh, ROE. We got literal
What is
terrorists here.
ROE? Damn, we're dealing with a coup d'etat here, bruh. Sir, I was checking on it. This stupid potato. You got this, dog. What are you typing, Zaro? Gonna be joining other aunties live to play
So he
Dead
took
by
the
Day.
radio from the guy. That's a nice detail.
Oh. Dead by Daylight later. Okay. Okay, good luck with that, Zoinks. How goes right there, not sweet wife? It's good. We're being we're being owned by AIs, but it's all good. It's all good. We're having fun. How was your day?
We are getting
But,
skill
Are
checks.
you hydrating properly, tabby wife? You need that good hydration.
I got one to give up. Oh, fuck you. Of course, I knew it. I should have just turned around. I'm sorry.
Oh my god! No! I was healing! Oh my god, there's two of them in that room. There's two of them in that room. I got the first one, but the other one is like, yeah. Careful.
Got them.
You killed them already, Zoro. Oh my god! This is the
Snake's
fast
down.
one. Yeah, that's the one where I died. Oh! Yeah. Oh my goodness. What?
Oh my god. Brother in hell, man.
Zara!
Goddamn.
Oh my god.
We didn't even get a chance.
God damn. We just started.
He said fuck your cover.
He really
What?
did, yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this mission is hard.
You're heckin' hydrated? That's good. Not a Dead by Daylight. I'm grounded to never play that game again from my husband. Which husband banned you from playing it, Nicola? Damn. Okay, don't worry, I got the Santa to play. I must have this Santa, but he doesn't want me touching because I get too silly. What are you doing with it? Okay, I'm ready. Resisted spiking my controller after all survivors escaped from me. 3 times in a row and getting teabagged consistently. Ooh, that sucks. Oh my god. You got extermination team in this game. Oh my god. Oh, boss Billion. Oh my god, yeah. If Billion says it, it's final, yeah. Dead by Daylight be badge. It's a game you gotta be mentally ready. Oh my god, I guess I'm never gonna be able to game that.
You
I
should
think
never touch that
boss
game.
yeah. Oh, no, really not healthy. It is my silly game. I like to bully killers respectfully. Respectfully. Either gonna be playing with as teammates or going against as sweaty as survivors known to human existence. Well, that game be like out for quite some time already, right? Yeah. I just stalked them and slapped their butt. What? That's crazy. Imagine. I'd never tell you Dead by Daylight seriously. That is indeed respectful. Yeah, indeed. Respectfully speaking, yeah.
CCTV's unattended. I'm surprised they haven't cut the feed.
Time to find them key cards. It is my duty, the key card finder.
I got you. Don't worry. Over here! Civilian restraint. Doc, saving is ready.
This is Talk. Federal chain established.
Got them all zipped up.
Zipping them up. Don't worry, I will answer the phone. Yeah, yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, this was dead already. Nice. Okay.
I like this new gun.
Suspect ready
Which
to go.
one?
Got him.
I'll watch Zoro. So
The
when
one
he
Lyra
dies, I will like just laugh. Bruh. Bruh.
Get out of there now!
Move, woman.
Police, get
Ooh.
down! You're okay.
I lurk playing game with voice Sharky. Have fun with the Sharky.
Talk. Civilian is good to go. Compliant.
No,
Need to talk.
Nick.
Suspect down. Wounded.
Hands up! Don't move!
Entry team to talk. I got one officer down. In need of town.
They keep sneaking up on Marcus.
Yeah.
Element to talk. Suspect is down and in need of medical attention.
Hands up! Hands in the air!
Suspect isn't going anywhere. Talk. We have a suspect down here. Need 10. Suspect ready to go.
That fucking sucked.
Keycard not here. Okay.
There's some kind of electric door we got here. Looks like it belongs linked up to a terminal. Might give us an advantage in area access.
Alright. Put that card on there.
Oh, you found a
Good
card?
to go. Yeah, I nabbed it straight from the beginning.
Nice.
Drop the knife!
Good.
Drop the knife.
That guy's got a knife, by the way. Be careful.
Have fun.
Lead to talk. Got one down. Entry team to
Have
talk.
fun,
Suspect
Nicola.
down. Requesting 10. Zipped up.
No!
Zoro dead. Skill issue.
Dang.
Element to talk.
Fuck you, Zoro.
Requesting 10.
Fuck you.
No, fuck you.
Suspect down in need of temp.
Oh, woman.
Ready for what?
LSPD, get down!
Woman. Come on. Hurry.
Take it easy. We're getting you out.
There's a woman.
Civilian ready to
Civilian
go.
ready to go. Entry team to talk. Civilian ready for transport.
Are you still in the second floor, dog?
Yeah, I haven't moved
Okay,
yet.
okay, okay. Oh my god, I saw her body.
Oh, look, we came through here.
Put your hands up now!
Oh, this is where dog was from. Ah, what am I missing? Oh.
I have a key card. Interesting.
Electrical blackout.
Yeah,
in
there's
effect.
2 key
There's a
cards.
backup generator though. It'll kick in fast.
CCTV still activated. File alarm activated. Electronic door is locked.
Doc, 5, D platoon. Interference is getting stronger. You may be getting closer to the site. Securing it and establishing control is vital.
Alright, I'm at the stairs, Nachi. I think we're good on this floor.
Okay. Going. Okay. Coming. I'm on the other stairs, I think. Oh my god. Yep, but I'm going up. I'm on the other end. Good luck to us, Doc. Let's see anyone in this room yet? Okay. Okay, there's no one here. This is nerve-wracking. Oh my god. He dead. President dead. No!
LSPD, don't move!
Oh, come
No!
on. Fuck's sake, man. There's 2 in that room. Because there's a conversation.
Oh, they're shooting at me. Oh, they're up top. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god, they're so fast. Fuck you. Is there one more?
Entry team to top. Right as
There were a lot of more.
Oh, okay. Saw it. Oh my god.
Ready for court.
I guess they also listened when people were saying the game was too easy.
We'll see. Where did it go?
Yeah, then someone's gonna speed run this level and be like, this game is way too easy, guys. I don't know what you're talking about, new AI update.
Bro! Oh my god! What? There's another one?
I told you there was a lot of more.
Oh my god.
They played you.
Like one went in front and one was at the back. Yeah. Oh my god.
Alright, I'm taking us back to headquarters.
Yep. I might have to change my loadout or something. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. What the fuck was that? Okay, there we go. Loadout changing.
Can't discern the whip.
This map is very hard to do an S. An S rating. You're gonna cry. Real bad. Oh my god. My back hurts.
What was the other new pistol?
The S2011 dash P.
Thanks.
Oh. Thanks.
It was Robo. Hi, Robo. Playing games with the stinky potato guy. I got invited by the stinky potato guy.
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified water using code NDMOO.
Thank you, Doc. Okay, I hydrate.
You better drink.
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 Drink. Hi. That's a good tea. Where's my snackies? I have to get some snackies going to keep myself a bit awake. Where's mom? There we go. Wait, snacky. Excuse me for the birthday. I get some caramel popcorn. Mm-hmm. Caramel puffs. Oh, they're good. I like caramel stuff. I thought it's popcorn. Now I'm disappointed it's not popcorn. I don't like it.
Snake.
Yes.
Snake.
That gun will have you addicted.
Which gun?
Oh, the DMR, the
The
Zoro was
recoil
using.
and sound is nice.
Which one? Wait, hold on. Let me go to y'all. Where? That's fucking loud. I'm using the same gun, bro.
Fuck yeah, it is. And it has the power to back it up.
Is that the fastest it could go? Hold on. Oh, I gotta reload.
It's only single fire.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. I'm an auto user.
Gotta spam your mouse.
That's the fastest I could go with spamming my mouse. Can I improve the... Oh my god, the recoil is like killing me. So bad with the recoil, bro. And it already has a fucking suppressor, but it's still so fucking loud. I need accuracy as well, so I don't mind putting the suppressor.
put your hands up!
Bruh. What do you want, potato? What do you want, stank? How do I turn on the laser again? Is it X? E? E? N? No. M?
I don't know the default key. I use my mouse.
What? What do you mean your mouse? Oh, there we go. Okay, got it.
The side buttons.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna cry if I didn't have that side button, bro. Bro, stop aiming it at my face. Get out, get out, get out. I have to refill my ammo. Go. What's the difference with the two? What?
Difference between what?
I have two laser, I think. This one is light, but I think I do have flash. Yeah, the laser as well. I do have a laser too. Bruh. The difference. Oh, this one, the laser is not visible. Only when you ADS it. Oh, that's good. Got it, got it. Kinda get it. Kinda. That's your red dot sight, invisible laser that shows up in night vision. Oh. Okay. I have to modify that then. I'm using a mult laser. That's the invisible laser, I guess. Oh, multi-screen. Oh. Oh, you mean for the pistol? Oh, I see. Suck. Come back, duck. The invisible one is like the last laser an option when you're long pressing the laser. What in this web? Oh yeah. I prefer the invisible laser. Yeah. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Is Snake here?
Nick. Quack. Snack. Oh, hi. Lawa! Are you ready to join? Yesterday, I've been thinking about things I want to do before I turn into an adult. I see. I hope your plans are like good. Oh my god. I just got done prepping. Oh, just one last time? What one last time? Yeah. Oh, Larry's joining. Doc, we're crashing your office.
Oh my god.
Kids, get ready your pencils and your pens will vandalize Doc's office. Hell yeah. A DK, sorry, we're gonna go.
Yeah, I'm be in my office.
Let's go.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Alright. Marcus and Zorro should have access to this.
I hear we're raiding his office.
Oh, hi.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
We're vandalizing Doc's office. Yes. Do you have your Sharpie ready?
Sharpie?
Yeah.
I got more than a Sharpie ready. I got a paint supply ready.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm shredding all the documents.
No. No.
The patient documents gone.
Not my patient documents, dude.
Shred the document and then we'll raid the pantry.
Yes.
And what?
I know
Yes.
I know a better
Man, you what?
thing you
What?
can do, Zoro. You should spread the dookie.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Hell no.
Hell. Snake.
Also, I
Crazy.
think
She wants me to paint the office.
Snake. Snake.
I think Snake fell asleep.
Snake. Oh no.
I think
How do you
Snake went
type
to
again in game?
Mimi.
Oh my god. This is J. Oh, it was J. Okay. Snake. You did.
Neck.
Snake, snake.
Wee wee. K is team. Oh, okay. Nick. Snake. Snake. Oh my god.
Oh.
I didn't mean to do that.
God damn!
Come on.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi, princess. Hi. How was your day,
Oh,
princess?
hi.
Oh, hi.
It was good.
Let's
I went
paint his
to a
fangs pink
car
for sleeping.
show, and then I went
Alright.
into a vintage store, and then I bought a book.
Nice. Did you hydrate properly? Did you hydrate
I
properly, though?
did,
Oh,
and I had a
that's
fan
good.
on me. Yay.
Nice.
I was prepared for the heat.
That's
Because
good.
it was 101 today.
That's not too hot.
When
Sorry,
it's dry heat, it is.
Sorry, I'm used to like very hot.
Oh, same here, but I have severe heat intolerance, so I get heat exhaustion pretty quickly.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You need to be in a room with AC all the time now. Yeah. Air conditioner. The best invention ever. Oh my god, I have ad break. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
What the fuck?
Neck died.
Yeah, I think Snake just fell asleep.
It is very, very possible.
Yeah, it's very late on his end. Also, Zara, what? Like, I'm surprised Zara is still awake though. Well, it's the weekend, so it's kind of understandable. What do you mean, shush? No, 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 fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh my god. Adon, welcome back from the ads. Also been thinking what I'm gonna do for my next birthday, even though it may seem a long way. If I had the money to get rid of this ad.
Fucking
Oh, I'm
artillery of
sorry.
a gun.
I think I'm gonna be tradition to play Left 4 Dead till my birthday just feels like. That's possible. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, it's up to you what you want to do on your birthday, but of course, Some people's gonna want to celebrate it with you, yeah? Then Doc just blasting. When's the birthday? It's Zoink's birthday on October, Isaac?
A fire in the mist.
Was it
Fire again,
October? If I remember, it was
Fire 3
October.
times. Missed all 3.
Or August. I forgot. Or September. Yeah, it was I'm sorry. September. Rise!
Paying tributes, huh?
Oh
I
my
will
god,
gladly
dude, are you
accept
okay?
it.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Nicola! Thank you for the gifts up to nephew Zoinks.
A dying
Thank
sparrow.
you, thank you. Oh my god. Nicola, mwah, mwah, mwah.
Dying sparrow.
Thank you for the gifty. Tabby wife. Mwah. Yes, it's a rose. It's what the rose is here.
Oh my god. Plant is here.
The plant wife.
The devil play wife. How is you, Rose? Did you just woke up? Yes, I
Done
forget to
woke up.
thank the Nicola. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Done awoketh.
I better have been some good Eve. Yeah, how was your Evers? How long did you Evers?
On a scale from 1 to eepy, how eepy are you?
Me.
Always.
Same. Not gonna lie, I kind of passed out for like 30 minutes while I went to go prep for the
Brother.
Listen, the sun, you know, they want to fight today.
Was
Should
too much, huh?
Should I boot Snake?
Possibly, because I'm pretty sure they may
Possibly.
have fallen asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get
Schneck
glued.
died. Let's
I
just
will
leave a
kick the
message to Schneck, I guess.
They
Check
can
my
always join
Steam.
back if they wake up.
No, Rose, don't you don't wait, what did you gift? No. Oh my god. Why did you get Rose? Why? Why?
Rose probably gifted you like that golf game.
The golf game.
Wait, was it actually?
Yeah. The super battle golf. She gifted it to me.
I knew it, dude. I knew it.
And then the message is like, one of us. One of us.
I knew it, man.
Wait, what?
No!
No, Zara! Zara!
Okay.
Okay.
What up, dude?
Okay.
This is Talk.
Welcome back. Welcome back, silly potato.
Went to change the VC status for Snake.
Oh. Oh.
Ah.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you show them monitors.
I got one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why am I getting invited to do drugs? No!
Why are we doing drugs? Oh my god.
Shield's wife is inviting me to play schedule one with them. Told them I'm doing the SWAT. I'm being a SWAT member.
It's what gaming?
You don't want to make Coca-Cola?
No, that'll be later tonight. I mean, what? I'll go over here.
I'm gonna get killed by the rebellion up here.
Close the blood. One day I'll play cool
Don't
games
look
with
at
the
me with
cool
a stank.
peeps when I'm not broke Mogo slime.
Don't look at me with that stank.
I'm right behind you.
You are the stank. What do you mean?
Actually.
You are the
Yeah, this
big
this room
stank.
Number
is-
you.
No, you. No, you stank. I'll be watching your ass. When you die, I will laugh when you die. Like, bruh.
You want me to check this room real quick?
Ow!
Yep.
What the fuck? How dare you? Ow! Fuck you, Zara. Fuck you.
I'll check the washroom.
I
real
always
fast.
die on this room. Oh my god.
Oh.
Lara, did you just shot me? What? Oh my god. You
I
just
didn't
shot
shoot
me.
you.
Owie.
I didn't shoot you at all. I haven't pressed my left mouse button yet.
Who tried to shoot?
I think the
panically,
stinky
bitch.
potato shot you.
Yeah, he always tries to shoot me. That stanky potato. Officially kidnapped on
There's a city
you.
back
Oh,
car
thank
left.
you for the game, though. Whoosh.
That one.
Whoosh.
Nice.
Whoosh. I will.
I can secure city.
After the game, I'll add it. I don't know if I can, if I can download it. My PC storage is crying with this shit.
I recently installed Toxic Commando on my M.2. So I was like, this ain't going on my SSD. I will die.
Yeah, my,
There's a city
my
in this
SSD
room. I
dying
don't know who
as
just
well.
went and check this one.
Clear, bathroom is clear.
It's 1 gigabyte. Oh, I see. Okay. I guess I could install it.
I got a key card.
Cuffed and ready. Doc, good to go.
Nice.
Your birthday
hi.
is on Monday? Oh my god. I feel you on that. My birthday rarely ends on a weekend. It's always on a weekday.
LSPD,
We're
don't
clear.
move!
Let's spray the move. Oh, I came here.
Doc, contact out.
Did you guys go? Oh no, hi Natsu.
Hello.
Doc, good to go. Interference is getting stronger. You may be getting closer to the transmitter site. Securing it and establishing the
Careful. The people in this area are very aggressive.
There's a dude to the right here. Oh, I know. I've gotten shot in the back of the head here.
Alright, we'll hit the stairs then, Zoro. I think we'll be okay.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Jeez. They just went out. Like, bro.
Yeah, I
Lara,
saw.
Careful.
I got him. I'm
There's
hit.
like
There's
two
another.
more inside that room where I was trying to aim.
You're right, Zoro. You're right.
Okay. I'm to the right.
Contact is down.
This is talk. Lead
Doc, got one down.
signal.
Got this secure.
You're the only one who sees what really died here. What really happened.
Okay. I'm in the city council room.
We're police. Are you hurt? Civilian is ready. Civilian ready for transport.
I'm in a room. Okay. Wait! I didn't even see where they were coming from.
Doc, we found something.
Oh no.
I'm down.
Intel says this might be the device we're looking for. Receiver logs, and we'll be able to prevent detonation with a spoofed frequency.
I cleared that area, Zora. That's where I was coming from, and then I died.
Element to dock. Got a suspect down here.
Can you at least get
Suspect
my
ready for
recorder from my
what?
pocket?
Context is a lie. The truth is somewhere.
Civilian to dock. Civilian to dock. One down.
Is the mayor okay?
On to your left, Zoro.
They're good. Dock.
Oh shit.
Zipped up. Put your hands up and get down slowly. Hands up. LSPD, don't move.
Nice.
Element to dock. They're down.
Command monitors nothing.
That's his face.
Pulse that oversees your activity.
Civilian restrained. Entry team to dock.
Alright. I did find the device. So whenever you're ready to go up to the actual courtroom. Or upstairs, I mean.
Roger.
I'll meet you over there. But
Chem light out.
I think we got everything on this floor.
What kind of chips are those? Bullseye?
Bullseye, Texas barbecue, and Cali crisps.
Oh.
Cali
crisp.
crispy.
All natural with no preservatives. Nacho
Oh.
flavored.
Nacho. What?
I'd eat that.
Blood
Don't-
drive. There. You ready, Zoro?
Stack it. Roger that.
Alright.
Counter frequency is up. T-platoon, move now. We have 2 to 3 minutes before our signal gives out. Find and disarm the trigger man and secure the detonator. Repeat.
2 to 3 minutes. It's crazy.
Tick-tock, David. Join us upstairs in the courtroom for your final test. Better hurry.
Oh my god.
I shot.
Keep moving, Deepa. We're losing control of the signal.
Lead the talk. One suspect down. Breathing.
Collateral is such a human word for sacrifice.
Oh.
The fuck was that?
Alarm door. It let them know we were here.
Suspect is incapacitated. Suspect isn't going anywhere.
Destroy them bombs. No, Zoro.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
that was the trigger man. God damn it.
Oopsie. No. Everyone just like. Well,
oh my god.
Everything's crashing down. Everyone blinded by bros.
Elements of talk. Down.
Signal lost. Fall back. Fall.
That's the trigger. Okay. Alarm as we failed.
Run it down. Suspect ready to go.
God damn. Gambling it good.
What the fuck is that fucking mask?
It's crazy creepy. No, Kirby, no, don't eat the body. No.
Barbie just wants a little snack.
Kirby is getting a snack.
There's a big snack. Failed. That's a lot of failed.
It's free real estate.
It's real estate.
Yeah. We I didn't realize that was the trigger man right there, and I blew his arm off where he was holding the trigger, so
Also, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta turn the rice cooker off.
Okay. Damn, Tracy Shake. Nice. Not gonna say anything. Let's remove the chippy.
No, ain't a meanie.
They gone.
This is Talk with FISA on Overwatch.
Why would they leave the CCTVs unattended? Surprised they haven't cut
Thank you, Stark. I'm happy.
Command, E platoon, oversight feed is live.
Zara is still AFK.
Target fatality acknowledged.
Oof, I'm
FISA
sorry.
oversight flagging incident.
You scared me, man.
Why? I just exist.
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
Hey, yeah, you. Again, what?
I was gonna say, what's there to be scared of?
I was saying not to be an asshole. You don't scare me. I'm not gonna lie.
Somehow I
was
scare
that
my
guy.
sister. Cause I guess when I walk, I don't really make any like noise. So I'm essentially like a ghost to my sister. So she gets the crap scare out of her each time that I go like near the hallway.
Civilian restrained. Element to talk.
There was a time I stuck up on my dad
Ow.
in sandals.
Restraint verified.
I snuck on
And-
my mom in like my platform Crocs.
Fuck you, Zara.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know how though. Them bitches are loud. I'm right behind you.
Oh my god.
Should be down.
He is now.
He sold it. Damn, I put 3 AP bullets into him.
Lead to talk. Suspect down in need of temp.
My god, he almost killed a
Out of my way,
civilian
that
too. Oh
fucker.
my god.
Ready for wagon.
Oh shit. Ah.
Civilian good to go.
Baby.
Who's
Parcel
we?
is here. Oh my god.
Oh.
He's down.
You know who these guys are. Just give me something off the record.
Entry team to talk. Suspect down. Suspect ready to go.
Oh, what the? Why?
Chem light.
Hi.
Chem light out.
Why?
If we bypass this, we might avoid the need to breach entirely.
That fucking hurt. Dude kicked the
What?
door and my whole body was like.
It's okay. Your body just took a screenshot.
My body just took a screenshot.
Lizard, lizard,
Oh,
lizard,
I'm bleeding.
lizard, lizard,
I need
lizard,
something.
lizard, lizard, lizard.
They're down. Zipped up.
There's people still in the building.
Potential staff key card here. Could prove useful.
Nice.
I think Nachi went AFK.
They did.
Oh, okay.
They said parcel.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Parcel pickup.
Is my camera still good?
It's a parcel pickup.
Hopefully by cutting the power, we make their lives a lot more difficult when dealing with us.
Oh, yeah. I like your thinking. I
Quit
like your
wasting time.
thinking.
Lives are on the line.
Yeah. Oh, there's Lassie. Nicole, I don't think she fell asleep. She's just getting her package.
Can you at least get my recorder from my pocket?
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
I like how you're just standing there right next to all those boots. Yeah, I almost shot him as well. Don't scare us like that.
Ow, what the fuck?
I don't even know what to melee. I forgot the button.
Oh, how they missed that. God damn it, man.
Doc. One officer down, requesting temp!
Phrases like scene integrity. Such clean words for such beautiful information. The chaos you bring.
Element to talk.
I won't move. I
Got a
just need my
suspect
hands
down
free
here.
so I can do my job.
Element to talk. Suspect down, wounded. Suspect ready to go. Got him.
Talk, we found something. Laptop and a frequency emitter. Fine, the intel says this might be the device we're looking for. Upload the receiver logs, and we'll be able to prevent detonation with a spoofed frequency.
Hope they made it out.
Light stick out.
Ah, darn. In that reception hall, there's a person. Careful.
Okay, oh my god, stop. Ang bag.
They got me.
You gotta be careful. Those guys, they're...
Wah. Ha, I'm back.
I'm pretty sure it was just those two.
Time to. Okay, where is everyone?
We got a suspect here in need of medical
All of
attention.
us are dead.
Suspect cuffed and secure.
Uh-oh. So it's Zoroj remaining in me.
Suspect is down.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Zoroj, where are
So
you
if
at?
you go into the reception hall and to the right, I'm like right there at the entry hall, right there.
Zoroj in second floor?
Entry team to talk.
Hi, there's my body. I cleared majority of this out. That was my pathing right there.
I died.
Yeah, I also died.
Oh.
Yeah, not long after you died.
Oh boy. I ran to my dad's room to get my home phone ringing. Not sure if I just want to make sure. I'm not gonna fall asleep. I had good sleep today.
Police, don't move!
Oh shit! Fuck. I didn't mean to do that, bruh.
We're not gonna hurt you.
I had a good 9 hours sleep today.
Civilian, ready for transport.
Yesterday I had a 12-hour sleep. And today I target 8 hours minimum. And I plan to do that for 1 week. At least 1 week. And if I do that, somebody's gonna be very proud of me. I'm gonna be happy.
Civilian is cuffed and good to go. Talk. Element to talk. Suspect is down but breathing.
Oh, we used the key card already.
Yes.
Okay. Stank, are you on the 3rd floor already? Looks like you are.
Did you say snake?
No, I said stank.
Oh.
Is he be this stanky?
That confused me so hard, man. I was like, we just had this talk like not too long ago.
Dropping a light.
Lights stick out.
What the fuck?
Oh, you're on the... Huh, bro, you're on the 3rd floor. What do you mean? Another lock.
Another.
Okay. Don't die on me,
Lord.
bro. Don't die on me. I'm coming. I might be hopping on a different area. Let's see. Oh, this one's scuffed already. On the conference room.
I got something.
But the state's law enforcement is ensuring safe passage for him. It is understood that Mayor Vicente Echeverria is not
Damn.
Governor
Entry team to talk.
Zoro felt like the
Contact down.
army.
Suspect
Zoro,
cuffed and
just
Squad.
gaming. Zoro just being a sweat.
Suspect isn't going anywhere.
I'm back. How goes the radio now? It's good. Good. Hi, welcome back.
They're good.
Can't believe that snack dork fell asleep on me. It's Nick. And Zoro is the stank. What are you planning again? What the fuck are you planning in this motherfucker? Go for it, bruh. You got this. I believe in you. You go first, you be the bait. There.
Entry team to talk. They're down.
You call it neutralized. We call it ordained passage.
Suspect ready for wax. Arms outstretched!
Oh. No, we already cleared this area. The council room.
Acknowledged.
Counter frequency is up. T-platoon, move now. We have 2 to 3 minutes before our signal gives out. Find and disarm the trigger man and secure the detonator. Repeat, find and disarm the trigger man and
Tick-tock, David. Join us upstairs in the courtroom for your final test. Better hurry.
Yeah, I'm also spamming them with nades.
Alan, talk. Xavier's ready.
Oh shit, fuck. I didn't mean to do that, but well.
keep moving, D-platoon. We're losing control of the signal.
Oh, are you shitting me, Zoro?
Zoro's down. Insane flick. That dude plays. That dude plays CS:GO.
That dude has 1,000 hours on AIM Labs.
I don't see the person, but here goes nothing. I'm sure I'm gonna die though. Do I hit the head or something? Why are you shooting me? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm bad at this. Disappointing.
I think you were blind on that. Like, you were staring at that guy, like.
I ran out of bullets, and then I was like, he shot me. I was bleeding. I was like, oh no.
It's over.
No way.
This shit's painful.
Ran out to swap to her glare. No, I was trying to. Hide and then heal. No, fuck you! Why did you remove my bazongas? No. This stupid potato. Doc wasted his. Doc used his 1,000 points for that. God damn.
Yeah, that was my last 1,000 points.
No, Doc is brokey from all the redeems.
It's okay. I'll cover it. I got 21,000.
What the fuck, man?
Listen, I just collected points. You of all people should know this with how many points I have on your channel.
I know. You probably have like 1.3 mil or something. I don't know.
1.2.
Yes, you can change the booba for 1,000 points.
It's even worse. That was close.
No, thank you for the head, but good. Thank you.
Yeah,
You can do one more,
and then I gotta cook.
Yeah, cook.
Hell yeah.
I am making the spam musubi and a Korean cucumber salad.
Oh my god, that's so good.
Yeah.
MF.
Huh?
What?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Oh. Oh.
Huh? Just huh?
Oh.
Huh?
One of these times
I'm
I'm gonna make
also
a
very
build
sleepy.
without a helmet. Just have a hat.
Huh?
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 Talk to entry team with FISA command.
Hell yeah.
Why would they leave the CCTVs
No, I wasn't need this bread.
cut the feed? Eyes on CCTV has
Number 300 doc.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that feels so good.
Civilian is ready. Civilian good to go.
Entry team, TOC reporting, active link. Restraint verified, maintain
There
field
we go.
readiness.
Oh.
Key card where?
Understandable.
Comfortable now. We're about to head into the fire. We have no idea what this group is capable of.
What? Because it was the wife, I won't change them back. What? Zoro is a big wuss when it comes to the wife. Bruh. Ah, fuck. I didn't mean to do that, but yeah, man. Bruh.
Got eyes on a door control
Come on.
terminal here. It may provide other
Come on.
modes of entry. Got
Come on.
eyes on a clearance key card.
Come on.
It might get us through any locked areas. Talk.
Contact is down.
Bro, come on.
Come out and get down!
He's still not dead.
LSPD, don't
Dude's still standing right there.
You're in safe hands.
Oh, now he is. I see the gun drop.
Civilian, good to go.
Okay, finally.
Careful with left side.
Do whatever you want, huh?
All secure.
That's good.
Got a suspect down here. Got him.
Got him.
Yeah. Hey, call me. I also have the 9 bang on me, doc, in case we need to use it.
If we live this long, towards the end, I'd save it towards the end.
Understandable. I got I have 2 of them equipped on me, and a stun, I believe.
Civi left.
Yep, all secure.
Cuffed and ready.
All right, he's good.
Talk. Electrical blackout in effect. There's a backup generator, though. It'll kick in fast. We better move.
Door open right there.
Get down slowly! Don't run!
He's down.
Element to talk.
He got my leg.
Down.
That's
Not the leg.
Zipped up.
Here, my leg. Oh, there's a civvy right there. All secure.
Civilian is ready.
Talk.
Let me police brutality. I just zip tied you.
You want some help with that?
Oh.
Hope I missed.
Where'd you guys go?
Or by the stairs.
Oh, the second floor already cleared.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Okay.
Light stick out.
That's a nice chem light that you dropped there.
Light stick out.
Chem light.
Lights stick out.
Drop in the light.
Drop in the light. Lights stick out.
The council room is open.
Yep, I got visuals on it.
Guys down. You got 2 cities in here.
Ow! Oh my god, that he made me bleed.
I'll secure cities. I'm gonna make him kiss.
Got him. Extraction is escape. Civilian is cuffed and good to
Clearing.
go. Element to talk.
Okay, I'm ready to go and progress it. Yeah.
As part of that motorcade, all confused, trying to put the fire out, but there was a huge explosion.
Okay, it's not the door I wanted.
Zara! Oh fuck!
Take that left.
You're good.
Zara died.
Element to talk. We have a suspect down.
Shit.
Needs Thames ASAP. Suspect cuffed and secure.
One's down.
Entry team to talk.
Entry team to talk. Shit, we got an officer down.
Entry team to talk.
Yeah, I kind of expect that shit.
Good.
He's secured.
Identify yourself.
Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Lead to talk. Down.
Talk copies all.
There you go. All done.
Whispering your name. We heard it.
Checking in. Got nothing.
Civilian restrained. Element to talk.
Fuck you! Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! Gotta fuck you! Fuck you! Cry, wussy!
Suspect is down, but breathing. Ready for court.
Well,
What the fuck?
yeah.
Police, get down!
But I'm gonna die after this. For sure, for sure.
Where is he on the left?
Yeah.
Lead to talk.
Card here.
Suspect down. Wounded. Talk to all of
What if everyone throws a nade? Honestly, that's possible. Just rain the nades on them.
talk. One suspect down. Breathing.
Oh hi, that's me. That's
Wait,
me.
I'm sorry.
You shot me, pause and then shot me again.
I told you, blind.
I'm sorry.
I said it to me twice and you still shot.
I'm sorry.
You got my arms.
I'm
damn good leg.
No.
I want to hear that again. Where'd you find that, Nazi?
Yeah, what was that?
The intel says this might be the device we're looking for. Upload the receiver logs and we'll be able to prevent
Don't hit us yet. Because once we hit that, we're timed.
Yeah, I'm not hitting it. It's on the press conference room.
We're behind you.
Yeah.
As we are seeing an increase in domestic terror events in the last few years.
Alright. Let's double check this for one last time. And then prepare ourselves for up top.
They said something about the judge?
Let's hallway leading back to the stairs.
Yeah, we just came from reception hall, so
yeah, you and I went through this, so this is
yeah.
clear. What are you shooting at?
The piano.
They're showing everything. They're trigger happy. First it was me, now it's the piano. What did the piano do to you?
Why the piano, man?
Did the piano hold a gun to you?
No, the piano was playing by itself, so I'm like, oh no, there's a ghost.
Oh no, that's a
automatic
ghost.
piano.
Oh no. There might be a
that's
ghost. Oh my god.
I think this floor is cleared.
Alright,
Okay.
get to that device.
Already up here.
Yeah, I'll say, Lyra and Nachi, make your way up top.
I'm almost here
You
now.
guys got the range.
I gotta check, make sure. Oh, I was about to go in with an empty mag.
Alright.
Not sure where'd you go, left or right.
T-platoon, move now. We have 2 to 3 minutes before our signal gives out. Find and disarm the trigger man and secure the detonator. Find and disarm the trigger man.
Alright, coming up to meet you guys.
Join us upstairs in the courtroom for your final test. Better hurry.
I don't see anyone on the right side.
Trying to go around here.
I see a civvy, like all the way over there. Like on the right.
Someone is left.
Oh, ow, 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 ow. What the fuck?
Element to talk. They're down.
Doors open.
Ow, oh my god.
The main room.
Right side.
I got one.
Suspect ready for wagon.
I got it.
Right side.
Yeah, the same person got us. No.
No, I got the person that got you, but the
Oh,
one
you
that
got it.
came from
Oh,
dock
okay.
side shot me down.
Oh, it went
Yeah,
around.
they took cover. Yeah.
Damn. All of the dog now.
Where'd he go?
I may have killed him. I may not have. No, it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, it
He
probably,
probably
went
went
around.
back to the room.
Yeah. Either went back to the room or just is roaming around. You got this, duck. Oh my god, the two of them are ready.
Oh my god!
The two of them are ready. There's just two of them aiming at that door.
Yeah, they hide.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what happened with the guy who killed me. They hid behind the behind cover.
Oh my god!
Oh my
He
fucking
went
Christ.
around!
What the hell?
Oh my god.
He's like, yeah, I'm on your team.
What?
Yeah, let's get him.
Oh my god. They really go around and stuff. There.
Yeah, the AI improvement has gotten like so much better.
Well.
Oh.
He hit the trigger. I didn't stop him in time.
What? Fireworks.
Ooh, pretty. Zoro. I see you clipped it.
I'm so confused about that guy. Freaking scared the
He
shit out of
just,
me.
you know, he wanted to be a part of the team. Didn't shoot you or anything. He's like, yeah, let's go. I'll back you up.
He shot me earlier. Fucking asshole.
He had a change of mind.
You heard we have free donuts.
He heard we have hot water back at the station.
Oh my god. It's like water park simulator all over again. Well, shit.
Oh my god. Oh god.
How is there hostiles left? Crazy. Oh, there is? There's still one
Yeah.
more guy left?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says right now bring order to chaos is in progress, so yeah, not all of them are dead.
I don't know.
Is it possible they can run down the stairs?
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, we heard him say shit, but just don't know where.
Is the mayor okay? One down. Police, get
Yeah, I don't know.
They're good.
I don't know if the mayor's okay.
Oh, you might have to secure the guy that we were shooting down. Yeah.
Might be in one of the rooms, yeah.
Yeah, it might be.
Oh.
Oh.
Probably there. No.
No, not here. Last guess is this room here.
What?
I think what might be useful on this map is that mirror gun that you could put underneath the door.
What's through here? Okay. Well, time to head back down. Maybe he ran back downstairs.
Possible, yeah.
Unless... You in the
Unless
crapper?
door is open.
Put your hands up now!
He did say shit earlier, so there is a high chance that he could be in the shitter.
He just pooping in there.
He flushed himself down the toilet.
He's like, time for my escape.
Is that even possible?
Get down and don't move! LSPD, hands up! Put your hands up and get down slowly! LSPD, don't move! Hands in the air! Put your hands where I can see them!
Player in his Safer Cities program rollout.
Where the fuck would that be?
To enforce the program to temper the city's crime.
Where the fuck is he? Horror game mode. Yeah,
Well,
accurate.
I just spammed the like, hey, police here until I hear a person say, ah, shit.
I don't think he would have ran completely downstairs.
Yeah, I don't think he would have. I feel like he would just be somewhere on the second floor. Unless the AI is just that smart and just went all the way down.
LSPD! LSPD, don't move! Don't run or reach for anything! Police, hands up!
I'll just be some fucking guy with a knife.
Oh my god, imagine.
I just get stabbed.
Put your hands up now!
Man, shut up.
Get down and don't move! Elements to talk. Good to go. Suspect cuffed and secured.
That it? No.
What were you doing to him?
Bring him down the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Might be a bug this time.
Yeah, they're definitely downstairs then, if there was no reaction up here other than the one guy saying, oh shit. Go down to the second floor and just shoot and see if there's any reaction. If not, then yeah, they might be on the first floor.
Oh, that sucks if it's on the first floor. Oh my god.
Entry team to talk. Write it down.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any reactions, so they must be downstairs or the first floor.
Oh my
Did
god.
they really go all the way down to the first floor?
Like, why though?
They're like, hee hee, they'll never find me here. Tee hee.
Rose said, I'm really getting out of here.
First, why are the doors all locked?
Put your hands up and get down slowly. LSPD, don't move. Hands in the air. Put your hands where I can see them. Get down now. Hands up, don't move. Hands up. Police, don't move. Get down and put your hands up. Police, hands in the air. Arms outstretched.
Regular thugs.
LSPD.
Who said that? Shut up.
LSPD, don't move.
Oh my god. Brother. Where did he go?
Oh no! Dude's playing the ultimate game of hide and seek. Deadly edition.
Get down and don't move. LSPD, hands up.
Where is that dude?
Put your hands up and get down slowly. LSPD, don't move. Hands in the air. Put your hands where I can see them. Get down now. Hands up, don't move. Hands up. Police, don't move. Get down and put your hands up. Police, hands in the air.
Magic. Honestly, I think it's
Is
bugged.
this one dude? Yeah. It honestly might be.
Elevator is jammed. We'll need to take the stairs up. LSPD!
What the facts?
Oh my god.
Bro, I don't get it.
Oh no.
LSPD, don't move! Don't run or reach for anything!
Could it be glitched? Could there just be like no one but it's just glitching, thinking that there isn't chaos?
Police, get down! Put your hands up now!
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, it would make sense if it was glitching a little bit, because I know the DLC has been glitching a little bit. Oh, Chaos is Doc himself.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
How dare you make that assumption with me?
Explosion. I mean, it could have been a bomb or something.
Put your hands up and get down slowly.
This dude like had to have disappeared somewhere.
Don't move. Hands in the air.
Yeah, I think this mission is just a tad bit glitchy at the moment. Because I know the last couple times I also tried out this mission, the chaos would like teleport.
Man, what the hell is happening?
Imagine if one of them teleported out of the map.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Unless that dude is just like pulling what that one guy did and just stared at me the entire time. He's just watching me run back and forth.
Dude just wanted to join your team. He saw that you were killing all of his buddies. He's like, alright, I'm switching sides.
I didn't give him a fucking chance.
Yeah, he had the perfect opportunity to like kill you as well because you were reloading.
Lead the talk. Contact down. Zipped up.
Because they ran around. They went through that door and ran around, and I was like, okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Unless
The hell is going on?
I hit this dude here, but I guess I didn't kill him. That must have been one of the other ones. Man, I don't know.
I think it might be glitched.
Yeah, it might be. What? I don't know, bro. It's insane. Alright, fuck it, I don't care.
I'm gonna play Dead by Daylight on their own time. Like, okay, have a good lurky songs. It's a fail.
Yeah, it was just one guy.
Well,
We tried.
Yeah, which one?
That
These
fucking
okay.
sucks.
Yeah.
That clip though.
I know.
Yeah.
Alright, that was gonna have to be my last. I gotta make the food.
Me too. Let's just mark it down as a win. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you for the fun games. It was fun. I gotta go EP now as well. I'm just gonna end stream and die.
Yo, good.
Just go
It
to
was a good
bed.
time.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Excited
Was
to
a
play more of this
heckin'
map.
Good time.
Yes. Okay. Boy. Work.
Good night.
Work. Good night,
Have a good night,
Zara. Good night. Good night, Zaroj. Quack, quack, quack. Quack.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Me too. I'm a
Everyone's
bad
awake.
Bye, Doc.
Bye, Nachi.
Thanks for letting us crash on your office. Now we gotta clean
Oh.
up tomorrow. Bye bye.
What? Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Man, you.
They left
Man,
me
you
already.
son
We'll
of a
clean it up
bit-
tomorrow. I'm not gonna
Oh
clean it
my
myself. We'll clean up tomorrow.
Man.
Yeah. Don't forget hydrate. Bye. Drink.
Bye.
Okay. 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 I'll drop a share for like I'm not sure if I'll be able to. Yes, I'm getting EP like for real, for real. I also promised that I would be getting 8 hours minimum of sleep, so yeah. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. It was fun. Let's see. Are we rating anyone that is live right now? Do we have anyone that is live? I see Rozzy. You know what? Why don't we raid Rozzy? You know? Let's raid Rozzy. Okay. Here's my read out message. Yes, yes. Thank you again for hanging out and having fun with us. Was fun. Thank you, Zaro, Doc, Shanik, and Lara for the fun. Police Gaming. Thank you, Schnibble, for the Dwarfing Gaming. And Zaro, fuck you. Okay. You guys, I'm gonna pass out after this. I'm gonna oh my god. I'm sorry. I've been yawning all this time. But yeah, like I think for the past couple of hours I've been like low energy already. But I was having fun on the game though. But no more yappers. I'm not really a big yapper, so yeah. That's it. Okay, don't forget to stay hydrated, stay safe, stay comfy. And if you need a snacky, go get a snacky. And yes, we're gonna have fun today. And we're gonna have fun tomorrow. That's it. Tomorrow I don't think I have a collab tomorrow. Hold on. But yeah. We're just gonna chill and stuff. Okay? Let's report the Rossi. Oh, I'm just yawning and yawning. I really have to go. Thank you everyone for chilling. It was fun. Yes. Don't forget to hydrate, stretch, yes, stuff. Yes. But there's gonna be a stream tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, but it's gonna be just short games, okay? No, nothing else planned. It's gonna be just short games. I don't know what yet, but it's gonna be a short game, okay? That's it. Thank you, everyone. Bye. Good night. I love y'all.